ahead in November last year, and then in January, the US formally withdrew from the World Health Organization. Only CDS is there that the country is probably relying on. How can the message really be fostered in the United States now with Trump's hardline policies, him exiting global bodies, including the WHO, and given the fact that the cases are now on a rise in the US itself?
Unfortunately, we are living in a world where common sense is becoming rare and artificial intelligence is being relied upon, pun intended. But here is the fact that the individual countries must take responsibility. The WHO must play its role in whatever limited way it can because of financial constraints, if at all they are, and CDC must play a role. This is not rocket science. Measles vaccine is an extremely cost effective. It costs less than 100 rupees, Indian rupees, per shot. It is one dose at the age of 8 to 9 months, and then a booster with MMR at the age of 14 months, and then subsequently an MMR2 in the range of 2 to 4 years. It gives you lifelong protection. It is safe. It has no side effects. It has practically, it's so innocuous that you don't even know that the vaccine has been given. It is so easily procurable. It's not running in short supply. Once it spreads, especially in clusters, like in schools or in playgrounds or in creches, in parks, it can go rampant in a community within a period of a week. Within 1 year, we can get back into control with measles, provided there is an international campaign spreading the message, public awareness, and quietening down the people who are anti-vax kings, telling them that this is utter nonsense what they're spreading.
Right. Dr. Bagai, thanks very much for giving us your time here at NewsX World. And now moving on, viewers, to some tech news. China's ByteDance is reportedly developing its own artificial intelligence chip and is in talks with Samsung Electronics to manufacture it as the TikTok parent moves to secure supplies of advanced processors. Sources say ByteDance aims to receive sample chips by the end of March and plans to produce at least 100,000 units this year, with production potentially ramping up to 350,000. The chip is designed for AI inference tasks. Negotiations with Samsung are said to include access to memory chips, which are in tight supply amid a global AI infrastructure build-out. Samsung declined to comment, while ByteDance said reports about the project were inaccurate without providing details. The project, codenamed Seed Chip, is part of ByteDance's broader AI push, which includes large language models and cloud services. The company plans to spend more than 160 billion yuan on AI-related procurement this year. The move comes as Chinese tech firms rush to develop in-house chips driven by US export restrictions and heavy reliance on NVIDIA for advanced AI processors. And with that, we wrap up this edition of the World Report on NewsX World. Stay tuned.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's start with a check of the top headlines this hour. The Justice Department has unredacted names like billionaire Les Wexner, assistant Leslie Groff, and modeling agent Jean-Luc Brunel as Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators in a 2019 FBI document. President Trump has vowed to halt the opening of the Gordie Howe International Bridge connecting Detroit and Windsor unless Canada shares ownership and compensates the US for perceived trade imbalances. The White House has updated its fact sheet on the historic US-India trade deal, removing mentions of tariff reductions on certain pulses and softening language on India's purchase commitments. The Chinese yuan has surged to its strongest level against the US dollar since May 2023, trading around 6.91 offshore, driven by a firm central bank fixing and reports of Beijing urging banks to curb US Treasury holdings. A mass shooting in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia leaves 10 people dead, including the suspect, with over 25 injured in attacks at a high school and a nearby home. Police found 6 victims inside Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. US President Donald Trump escalates tension with Iran, threatening aggressive action if Tehran doesn't meet US demands on nuclear and missile issues. In a recent interview, Trump stated that without a deal, the US would have to do something very tough amid ongoing talks mediated by Oman. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky intends to reveal plans for presidential elections and a peace deal referendum on February 24, marking the 4th anniversary of Russia's invasion. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reaches the US for his 7th meeting with President Donald Trump since the start of his second term, focusing on escalating tension with Iran. The emergency discussions come amid US-Iran negotiations. And we now start with some breaking news coming in. Viewers, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's inner circle is denying reports that Kyiv is preparing to hold presidential election in the coming months. A source close to Zelensky says no announcement on election is possible without adequate security, directly pushing back against a report by the Financial Times. The report had claimed that Zelensky could reveal plans later this month for a presidential election and a referendum on ending the war, possibly before mid-May, under pressure from the United States. Zelensky's term expired in May last year, but Ukraine did not hold election, citing martial law and ongoing war conditions. The Ukrainian leader has said any vote would require legal changes and strong security guarantees, including safe voting for serving soldiers. For now, Kyiv maintains that without security, elections remain off the table. Retired Major General Gigi Dwivedi, war veteran and professor of international relations and strategic studies, joins me in this discussion from New Delhi. General Dwivedi, thanks very much for joining me. It's good to have you.
Thank you, Kriti. Thank you very much.
General, now, just a short while ago, there were reports that Ukraine may be ready to hold elections as Trump now wants the war to come to conclusion, a ceasefire to be arrived before summers by June end. And now we have fresh updates that are saying that that really is not the plan from Zelensky's side. Ukraine is not ready to hold elections till security guarantees are met. Now, the question of security guarantees is crucial here because that is what on which elections in Ukraine are dependent. Do you see US and Europe fulfilling their demands as far as security to Ukraine is concerned?
Well, Kriti, first and foremost, President Trump has been insisting on the peace agreement or calling off the Ukraine war since the time he assumed the second term as presidency, that is since January last year. But it's almost a year now that no movement forward has taken place as far as the ending of the Ukraine war or any agreement on the peace treaty or peace agreement that could be signed anytime future. Now, there are a couple of issues that needs consideration. First and foremost, it doesn't appear that President Putin is in any mood to end the war. Aerial, drone attacks are continuing on the Ukraine territory, and there's no let up. Even the ground operations also are going on, though in tactical nature. The second point is this is very important, that until Ukraine gets I would say, firm security guarantee that there will be no further aggression by Russia, I don't think that any elections can be even thought of. And more importantly, Kriti, until there is a stability, until there is a semblance of peace within the country, how can the people be voting when the bombardment is on one side, the fighting on the ground forces on the other side? Well, it's just not possible that any kind of fair and free elections can be conducted. So I think President Zelensky's stand is right, that there has to be conditions before the election can be held, and until there is peace on the ground, I don't think elections can be held anytime soon, Kriti.
Right. All right. Of course, General, thanks for your comments. They're requested to stay on. There's some more breaking details coming in now. The Amiri Diwan says that Qatar's Emir Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani and US President Donald Trump have discussed in a phone call efforts for regional de-escalation and stability. The call comes ahead of a meeting between Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, where the Prime Minister is expected to press him to widen US talks with Iran to conclude curbs on Tehran's missile arsenal and other security threats beyond its nuclear program. Request General Dwivedi to join me back in the discussion here. General, Qatar and Trump are now ready to hold talks on peace and stability in the Middle East. Both are very important players as far as Middle East is concerned, and Iran is a hot pot at this point in time. Do you think that their talks could help bring about peace in the area?
Well, Kriti, the tensions are running high in the Middle East, especially close to Iran, because the American, Armada and the USS Abraham Lincoln and all the supporting ships are all deployed, and President Trump has been giving warning that in case the Iranian deal doesn't come through, then he may choose the military option. Now, for this, avoiding this clash, there are a number of players now who are making effort that this tension doesn't actually convert to a full-scale clash. To that extent, Saudi Arabia has made effort, the UAE is making effort, even in Oman, the talks are taking place, and Qatar is also a very important player in the Gulf region.
Yeah.
So all the Gulf countries actually are together on one issue or one page, that there should be no clashes or the military option by President Trump. So they are trying to restrain him. In fact, Saudi Arabia had restrained President Trump when the protests in Iran were at the height by the student bodies. So I think that this is one more effort that is being made, and the Gulf countries have important role to play in the stability and peace in the region. So I think this combined effort is on, and Qatar is also contributing its effort to ensure that there's some kind of agreement is reached. But there are two sticking points. One is that Iran doesn't want to enlarge the scope of these talks to include the missile constraint or missile control. And the second very important point is that on the nuclear issue itself, how far it is willing to go to sign the nuclear deal. So therefore these issues are very important, and until there is some kind of trust built, because now there is a high degree of trust deficit, but all the Gulf countries are making considered effort so that the clash is avoided and peace is given a chance. Kriti.
Right, General. Stay on, and thanks for your comments. We have more updates, breaking news details now coming in. This one in connection to reports over Nancy Guthrie. Now, reports are suggesting that one person detained by police for questioning in the case of Nancy Guthrie's alleged abduction has been released after questioning. That's breaking news coming in. Local police had earlier stated that they had detained one person of interest and have now reportedly released that individual after questioning. The probe into TV anchor Savannah Guthrie's mother's abduction is now in its 10th day. Meanwhile, the person who was detained has now been released after questioning. Those are the latest details that we are picking up in connection to the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, the US TV news anchor's mother. And we now move on, viewers. Now, the United States is signaling a stronger push to counter China's growing influence in South Asia, with Bangladesh at the center of its strategy. Washington's ambassador to Dhaka says the US is prepared to offer Bangladesh and its next government American and allied defense systems as alternatives to Chinese military hardware. The move comes ahead of Bangladesh's general election following last year's upheaval that ousted former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina and opened space for deeper Chinese engagement. China has recently signed a defense deal with Dhaka, including plans for a drone factory near the Indian border, raising concerns in Washington and New Delhi. The US says it wants regional stability, stronger ties with the next Bangladeshi government, and a balanced approach to security and investment in the region. All right, viewers, let's invite General Dwivedi back in the discussion here. General, now, of course, the space that was left void after Hasina's ouster was taken in by China, and now the US is vying for it. How does this change the geopolitics in South Asia if Bangladesh shifts its reliance on defense equipment from China to the US?
Well, Kriti, Bangladesh is a strategically very important country, and incidentally fought the 1971 Bangladesh War. So I can give you certain ground perspective. You know, Bangladesh sits at the crossroads of South Asia and Southeast Asia, and it has got access to the Bay of Bengal, that is to the Indian Ocean. So therefore, at this time, both US and China, they want to ensure that they have influence on this nation, which is close neighbor of India. And you know, last year, before Sheikh Hasina's exit, there was talk that America wanted a base in Saint Martin Island, and that was one of the issues was contention between Sheikh Hasina and US, and which made way ultimately for Muhammad Yunus to come in. Now the Chinese have not only stepped up their presence in Bangladesh only after Sheikh Hasina's exit. In fact, China has been in this region for quite some time. In fact, if you see, the defense equipment of Bangladesh army is more or less Chinese origin, whether you take their ships, their tanks, or the ground equipment. And now they are also looking at JF-17 aircraft being manufactured and combined with Pakistan and Bangladesh. And more than that, Kriti, China has taken an economic route world over, and they have committed to invest about $38 to $40 billion in Bangladesh, out of which $7 billion have already been committed. That is the improvement of the infrastructure, establishment of special economic zones, and also developing the ports like Chittagong. So all I can say is that though America is now making late effort, in fact, the ambassador, I think Brent Christensen, had a meeting with Jamaat leaders, and making it very clear that as far as America is concerned, they would be willing to work with whichever government that comes in. But I think the American push is slightly late. Chinese are well embedded, but America will have to do major effort to ensure that the Bangladesh switches its source line or the acquisition of defense equipment from America. But it's not likely to be such a smooth transition because Chinese are deeply embedded in Bangladesh as of now, Kriti.
Right, General, that's all we have time for in this discussion, but I request you to stay on as we have more to do. Viewers, moving ahead, let's also now tell you that European Union leaders will gather in Belgian Kassel on Thursday to discuss how to improve the European Union's economic competitiveness against rivals like China and the US. With persistent productivity gaps and growing global pressures, including the challenges posed by Trump's trade war and Chinese export restrictions, the European Union is looking for ways to strengthen its economy. Leaders will explore various proposals, including completing the single market by 2028 and pushing for more common European investments. However, differing opinions on strategies such as France's Made in Europe push have created division within the bloc. All right, viewers, joining me now in this discussion is Mr. Andrew K.P. Leong. He's a China strategist and joins us from Hong Kong. Mr. Leong, please do begin with your preliminary comments.
Thank you. Well, this meeting in the Belgium Old Castle is a brainstorming session of the European member states in face of huge challenges, not only on the economic front, but on matters of security. On matters of security is the question of all the member states pooling the resources together against potential threats from Russia, bearing in mind what's happening over Ukraine. And of course, it's not just the resources, it's the capacity to build enough armament and also defenses for future, the possibility guarding against the possible Russian aggression, because the European Union has been relying on the American military umbrella for far too long, spending a tiny proportion of their budget on the military, and then devoting all the resources to improve their welfare. They've been living a very, very good life and hiding under the American military umbrella. But of course, President Trump has now punctured this fantasy, and is now, of course, pressurizing the European member states to spend more on defense and also belittling even the NATO alliance. Meanwhile, the Russians' aggression over Ukraine is a lesson learned deeply by the European member states. So that's on defense, but on the economy, the huge potential of a united market has not been realized, even though there are common commercial policy and trading policy, but there are various other huge differences amongst the member states, which undermine the unity of a single market. Let's not forget the European market economy is the second largest in the world, and bigger than China, just behind the United States, but then assumes a fully integrated market, and this potential has not been realized. So all these shortcoming has been highlighted by the previous Italian Prime Minister, Mario Draghi's report, containing over 300 recommendations, but only a tiny proportion has been implemented. So on both fronts, on defense, how the European Union could build their own defenses rather than the so-called transatlantic alliance, the American military umbrella, have proven to be much less reliable. And secondly, how to realize the full potential of a single market in face of all these traumatic repercussions because of the trade war and because of the rare earths restrictions. The question of self-reliance also comes into the picture. How to build manufacturing or reshoring and manufacturing back to the European member states so that they do not have to rely too much on other countries' supply and value chain. So all these are huge questions. And then the road ahead is problematic because each member state have a different capacity and different requirements, and the political forces within each member state are also diverse. But at least the reality of a traumatic and fragmented world has now coalesced to precipitate this brainstorming session.
How long really will it take, Mr. Leong, for the European Union to come on par with China and the US? Even if it starts now, there's a huge gap that's there for it to fill.
Yes, as I said, I mean, the challenges are huge, but at least that's the first step, because all the European member states suddenly realized that they can't live in yesterday anymore, because the yesterday reliance on the American military umbrella, on a transatlantic relationship, has now proven to be a mirage under President Trump. And then the Trump administration is slapping huge tariffs on European Union allies and even threatened to annex Greenland. So I think this has been a wake-up call to all the European member states, and hence they're putting their heads together, trying to figure out how to respond on these two major fronts: the European Union's defense, relying more how to grow their own capacity to grow their own self-reliance, but also how to realize the full potential of a single market to turbocharge their respective economies.
Right, Mr. Leong, in fact, there's some breaking news developments that we are bringing up in this connection. The European Union viewers must tear down the economic barriers that prevent it from becoming a truly global giant. This is the statement that's coming in from European Commission Chief Ursula von der Leyen ahead of leaders' talks on making the 27-nation bloc more competitive. Our companies need capital right now, so let's get it done this year. The Commission President told the European Union lawmakers that she outlined key steps to bridging the gap with China and the US. We have to make progress one way or the other to tear down the barriers that prevent US from being a true global giant, she said, calling the current system fragmentation on steroids. All right. Mr. Leong, as you were saying, it's the first step. Von der Leyen has also issued a statement to that effect. European Union is, of course, now trying to get more capital and business investments in the country. But once again, how long will real progress, be visible?
Well, I think that all the European member states are cash strapped in a way, but let's not forget that there is a robustness of the original designed common market and the whole European member states as a single market. If they manage to unite together, closer together, because as I said, the European Union, after all, is the world's second largest economy. If they manage to fully integrate themselves, but of course there are various barriers. But as for attracting investment, the opportunity beckons because China is not adverse to investing in manufacturing within the European Union by outsourcing its production. For example, its electric vehicles have been very competitive, and they're putting a lot of the European car industries out of business. And that's not very good for China either. And China wants to have a sustainable and mutually beneficial relationship. So there is a long-term partnership rather than destroying all these key industries. So the opportunities are remain open for China manufacturing, car industries and others to open them to outsource part of their production processes within the European Union to create jobs, to bring economic benefits to their European partners.
Mr. Leong, thanks very much for joining us then for these discussions on NewsX World. Viewers, we now move on to some news from London, where a 13-year-old boy has been arrested following a twin stabbing at a school in North London, prompting a major emergency response and raising fresh concerns about violence in schools. Metropolitan Police say 2 students were injured in the incident and were taken to hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Both are said to be receiving treatment and are expected to recover. Officers and ambulance crews responded quickly after reports of the stabbing, and the school was placed into lockdown as a precaution while police secured the scene. Students and staff were kept inside classrooms as a safety measure, with parents informed as authorities worked through the situation. Police said there is no ongoing risk to the public and that the incident is believed to be isolated. Directives are now working to establish the full circumstances, including what led to the attack and how a weapon was brought onto school grounds. Local officials have described the incident as deeply distressing and say counseling and support services are being made available to students, staff and families. Police are appealing for any witnesses or information as the investigation continues, and more details are expected in the coming hours. And now moving on to cover some news from Taiwan, where Taiwanese Defense Minister Wellington Koo has said that the delay of passing $40 billion special military budget against China, as President Lai Ching-te has urged the opposition-controlled parliament to approve the spending. Wellington has added that the government had an intensive talk with the US on what weapons Taiwan needs. Lai has said that Taiwan's strengthening of its defense is not because it wants to invade anyone, but because it wants to safeguard its way of life. Lai has added that China is becoming increasingly serious and Taiwan's defense budget must be passed smoothly. Lai also said that this represents Taiwan's resolve, and it also shows that Taiwan is fulfilling its responsibilities as a member of the international community. Let's listen into what Lai Ching-te and Wellington Koo have said.
和平无价，战争没有赢家。台湾提升国防不是要侵略任何国家，我们只是要守护我们习以为常的生活。我们对和平可以有理想，但不该有幻想。一纸协议无法换取和平，唯有实力才能够确保真和平。备战才能够避战，能战才能够。
这个整个是一个完整的一个计划。那这个8年的预算能够通过之后，我们就有一个稳定的预算的来源。那我们将资源集中在我们迫切所需要的能力建构上面。那这一点，我们不希望台湾成为印太集体嚇阻力量里面的破口。
General Dwivedi continues to stay on with us. General, Taiwan, of course, looking for an approval to its budget, but what really could cause the island if the delay continues?
Well, Kriti, it's a well-known secret that Taiwan faces a serious existential threat from China, because Chinese leadership has reiterated time and again that Taiwan is an unfinished agenda of the 1949 Communist Revolution, and integration with the mainland is a core issue, and for that use of force still remains an option. So therefore, I think the concerns of President of Taiwan, Lai Ching, and the Defense Minister, Wellington Koo, are well founded. And to ensure that state of asymmetry, because there is a huge difference between the capability of People's Republic of China and Taiwan, that this asymmetry needs to be bridged. So therefore, last year, the President Lai Ching had increased the budget or the spending to $40 billion over the next 8 years. But there have been internal opposition from some parties which are pro-China, and they want the budget to be curtailed only to about $12.7 billion. But the point is, in case Taiwan wants to defend itself effectively, it needs weapon systems. It needs HIMARS, that is the long-range artillery. It needs the air defense system, and especially they have proposed to install the T-Dome, that is the anti-ballistic missile system, where the Americans are coming forward to sell Patriot missiles to Taiwan. So the point is, in brief, what I can say is that Taiwan concerns are very real. And in fact, there are speculations that President Xi Jinping has drawn certain timelines for the integration of Taiwan with the mainland. So therefore, the threat is increasing day by day. And only last year, even Prime Minister Takaichi had expressed concerns that in case there is a threat to Taiwan, willy-nilly it will also pose threat to Japan. So the point I'm trying to make is that the threat to Taiwan is very real. They need to increase the defense budget. That's the step taken in the right direction. But ironically, the opposition has not been cooperating. It's for the Taiwan national interest that such budgets are passed, and they are able to acquire the weapon system they need to defend themselves from a very imminent threat.
Right. All right, we'll leave it at that. General, thanks very much for staying with us this bulletin at NewsX World. Viewers, with that, let's move on. And before we wrap up the bulletin, there's some news from tech front. Now, South Korea's crypto exchange Bithumb has admitted serious flaws in its internal system after an error led to the transfer of more than $40 billion worth of Bitcoin last week, sparking a sharp market sell-off. The country's second largest virtual asset exchange said it accidentally distributed about 620,000 bitcoins to customers during a promotional event instead of 620,000 won. The mistake triggered a 17% drop in Bitcoin prices. Bithumb's CEO told lawmakers the error was caused by serious deficiencies in system controls, including a 24-hour lag in updating asset balances and failed safeguards that should have checked transfers against actual holdings. The giveaway was equivalent to 15 times the exchange's total Bitcoin reserves. While most of the assets have been recovered, nearly 1,800 Bitcoins were sold within minutes before accounts were frozen. Regulators say those customers are legally required to return the funds. The incident has reignited concerns over oversight in South Korea's virtual assets market, one of the world's most active, with officials warning that current laws fall short of applying bank-level regulation to crypto firms. Let's hear the Chief Executive Officer of Biram.
우선 당사의 이벤트 오지급 사고 소식으로 상심이 크셨을 국민 여러분께 진심으로 사과드립니다. 또한 대한민국 디지털 자산 시장을 신뢰해 주신 고객 여러분과 또 건전한 산업 발전을 위해 불철주야 노력하고 계시는 의원님 그리고 금융당국 관계자분들께 감히 헤아릴 수 없는 심려를 끼쳐드린 점 진심으로 사과드립니다. 이번 이벤트 오지급 사고와 관련해서 저희가 지급하고자 하는 양이 현재 저희가 보유하고 있는 양을 크로스 체크하는 그런 검증 시스템은 이번에 반영되지가 못했던 사항.
Viewers, that's all we have time for. Thanks for watching NewsX World.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Trending Tech on NewsX World, where we bring you the latest tech breakthroughs and trends from around the world. Countries around the world are focusing on digital sovereignty and what it means for their economies. The conversation has expanded from cybersecurity and national values to questions about competitiveness, industrial strategy, and control over critical infrastructure. Many states continue to rely on foreign technology companies for cloud services, AI tools, and other critical systems, raising questions about economic and strategic risks. Europe has debated how its digital policies affect innovation, including whether regulations create barriers or opportunities for businesses, while Nordic countries are being studied for their approach to trust, open technology, and digital resilience. The coming years will show which countries can build independent digital systems and which rely on foreign technology. To discuss all this and more, joining us now is Mr. Timo Väliharju, an open source expert and entrepreneur. He is the executive director of Open Source Finland, co-founder and board member of Appel. He also serves on the board of Open Knowledge Finland. He brings more than 20 years of experience in the open source industry. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Väliharju.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Thank you. Now, going to my first question, digital sovereignty is increasingly described as economic power. How has the debate shifted from cybersecurity and values to competitiveness and industrial strategy?
Well, I think that the big shift is that the governments no longer see digital sovereignty as just cybersecurity or value issue. So I think they now see it very clearly as economic power. So what we have learned is that whoever controls cloud platforms, software stacks, and AI systems also controls where the money goes. where the jobs are created and who sets the rules. So digital sovereignty has become a part of industrial policy. It's not anymore ideological thing that people are thinking. So you can see this also very clearly and concretely in places like Schleswig-Holstein in Germany. So they have moved to the open technologies, and it wasn't ideological. It was a pragmatic business decision about costs, flexibility, and long-term control. So I think that the world is now in big change regarding the tech in the world.
Thank you for highlighting that, Mr. Väliharju. Now, many states still depend on foreign tech giants for cloud, AI, and critical infrastructure. How big is the economic risk of that dependence? Can open source realistically reduce strategic dependence on foreign vendors, or does it create a different kind of economic reliance?
I think that the risk is actually quite big and often quite underestimated. So when governments depend heavily on a small number of foreign vendors, they lose bargaining power over time. So costs go up, switching becomes harder, and local companies are pushed into a kind of a supporting role instead of leading innovation. So I think open source doesn't remove global independence as such, but it changes it fundamentally. So instead of being dependent on one vendor, you depend on market. And that's what is much healthier economic position in long term.
And from your experience as an open source entrepreneur, what are the most common misunderstandings about open source and its competitiveness? How can open source help countries move from dependence on foreign tech giants to control over their own value creation?
Yeah, I think that the most common misunderstanding is that open source is about being cheap or free. In reality, open source competes on quality, reliability, adaptability, and long-term costs. So business happens above the code. Its services, integration, support, and trust. So another misunderstanding is that the open source weakens business incentives. But what it actually does is shift value creation from license fees to local skills and services. So that's how countries move from renting technology to actually owning part of the value chain. And that, of course, means a lot of money and income for the local companies and local economy.
Thank you for highlighting that, Mr. Väliharju. Now, critics say Europe regulates more than it innovates. Does open source offer a way for Europe to turn regulation into an economic advantage? How do Europe's digital sovereignty policies affect innovations and innovators? Do they lower barriers or create new compliance costs?
Well, I think that this is where Europe is a little bit misunderstood. So yes, Europe regulates more, but the regulation alone isn't the problem. So the problem is the regulation without open and competitive markets. So when regulation is combined with open standards and open source, it actually lowers entry barriers. So smaller companies can compete because they don't need massive capital just to access core technology. So I think that France is, for example, a good example here. So the French government just has actively promoted open source in public administration to reduce dependency and support domestic IT ecosystem. So that actually turns the regulation into the business opportunity instead of burden. So this is how I see it. So of course, when you are seeing this and thinking this from, for example, US or some other countries, it looks like it's quite a lot of regulation, but in European tradition, this is how we operate, and in that sense, it also gives possibilities, not only regulations.
Thank you for sharing that. Now, looking at Finland and Nordic countries, what lessons can the rest of the world learn about open technology, trust, and digital resilience?
Well, I think that the Nordic countries show that the trust is just not a social value. It's an actually economic asset. So open systems, open source works well when institutions are predictable and they are transparent. So that reduces transaction cost, improves cooperation, and makes long-term investment safer. So, for example, in Finland and in Nordics, the open technology is often seen as a way to build resilience together, not as a risk, and that mindset actually really matters when you are thinking about the business also in long term.
Now, last but not least, over the next decade, what will separate countries that achieve true digital sovereignty from those that remain digitally dependent?
Well, I think it comes to three different things. So, first, advantage have the countries that actually invest in capabilities, not just to access to different platforms. Secondly, I think that the countries that build ecosystems will win in the long run, not single vendor solutions. And a third, the countries that think long term, total cost resilience, flexibility instead of short term savings. So I think that the digital sovereignty is not about isolation. It's about having real choices in global markets, and that's what fundamentally is a business question.
Yes.
It's not a kind of a question that you ask from the ideological point of view, but it's a truly business question.
With that, I'd like to thank Mr. Timo Väliharju for joining us on this episode of Trending Tech. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
With that, it's a wrap on this episode of the Trending Tech. For more tech updates and innovations, stay tuned on NewsX World.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome to Deep Dive on NewsX World. I'm Asuma Katauka. For the last year, global trade has felt less like a system of rules and more like a game of high-stakes poker. In the recently reconfigured Washington power corridors, the new mantra is simple: reciprocity. You want access to the American consumer, you better have a seat at the table ready for American goods. Nowhere is this shift more evident than in Bangladesh. Yesterday, February 9, 2026, Dhaka and Washington sealed a landmark trade pact that marks a historically new level in relations. It's a deal born out of months of grueling negotiations led by interim chief advisor Muhammad Yunus, and it could be the lifeline the country's vital garment industry desperately needs. Here are the concrete numbers first. The headline rate. The US has agreed to reduce Bangladesh's reciprocal tariff rate to 19%. That's a significant drop from the initial 37% proposed in early 2025 and slightly below the 20% interim rate set last August. But the real secret sauce of this deal isn't just the lower tariffs. It's the innovative preferential scheme. Under this new mechanism, Bangladesh will receive tariff-free access to the U.S. market for textiles and apparel equivalent to its imports of U.S.-produced cotton and man-made fibers. The calculation is rigorous. It's measured on a square meter basis. Effectively, if Dhaka buys American cotton, it gets to sell the finished shirt back to the U.S. with zero additional duty. It's a classic fiber for fabric swap that turns a traditional trade deficit into a coordinated supply chain. Of course, reciprocity is a two-way street. In exchange for this access, Bangladesh is opening the floodgates. The US administration has agreed to remove barriers to US industrial and agricultural goods. We're talking about everything from chemicals and medical devices to US beef, poultry, and dairy products. And it does not stop at food. Bangladesh has committed to purchasing 25 aircrafts from American giant Boeing, a deal valued at over $3 billion. Furthermore, Dhaka is signing on for $15 billion in U.S. energy products, including LNG, over the next 15 years. Washington isn't just asking for free trade, it is asking for guaranteed sales. But how does this stack up against the rest of the region? This is where the geopolitics gets spicy. In the race for the American closet, Bangladesh is now running a very tight heat with its neighbors. India recently secured an 18% rate, just 1 point lower than Bangladesh. But India's deal required cutting Russian oil imports and a staggering $500 billion purchase commitment. Vietnam, Bangladesh's biggest rival in apparel. Vietnam is currently sitting at a 20% reciprocal tariff. This new deal officially makes Bangladesh products more competitive than Vietnamese ones in the US ports. Pakistan currently tied with Bangladesh at 19%. The strategic context here is clear. Under President Trump's Reciprocal Trade Act, the US is systematically dismantling old preferential systems like GSP in favor of these bilateral quid pro quo pacts. By moving fast, the US government has ensured that Bangladesh isn't left behind in the tariff bloodbath. However, the deal comes with strings attached. Bangladesh has committed to stricter enforcement of labor rights, a moratorium on WTO electronic transmission duties, and the adoption of US vehicle safety standards. It is a full-scale realignment of Bangladesh's regulatory DNA towards Washington. Bottom line, the US-Bangladesh trade deal is a pragmatic masterclass in survival. By tying its exports to the import of American raw materials, Bangladesh has created a win-win that insulates its garment sector from protectionist winds. The question is whether the domestic economy can absorb the influx of American agricultural and industrial competition. But in a world where tariffs are the new weaponry, Dhaka just secured a very sturdy shield. As Bangladesh heads towards general elections this week, this trade deal may well be the crowning economic achievement of the interim regime. Now for this, we welcome Ms. Mitali Nikore. She's an economist, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Ms. Nikore, for joining us. Good to see you. Now looking at Bangladesh and US, the deal allows zero tariff access for garments made with US cotton on a square meter basis. Does this reciprocal volume requirement risk turning Bangladesh into a captive market for US raw materials, potentially preventing manufacturers from sourcing cheaper or higher quality textiles from elsewhere?
So, what is the hardest part, I think, when it comes to manufacturing any commodity and particularly textiles is that, you need to have clarity on a production process, and that production process has to be uniform across your factory. So, say even if I'm an MSME, I can't have, one part of my factory which is manufacturing textile-based goods using US cotton, and then another part of my factory which is using cotton which is domestic, say produced within Bangladesh itself. And I cannot have another part which is producing, using cotton that's been imported from elsewhere for a different market. It's just not possible. That is not how any economy or any particular factory would achieve economies of scale. So I do feel that this particular measure and this particular, clause that Bangladesh has agreed to in its deal is quite problematic, and often and very honestly, it reminds me of the colonial times. It reminds me of a time when India was a much bigger country, and there was this traditional imposition by the British colonies on Bengal, the United Bengal at that time, to use English cotton. And that was how the deindustrialization of Bengal began. So, to be very honest, I find this particular clause to be extremely problematic, and I feel like by agreeing to it, Bangladesh has really tied itself into a few knots.
Thank you for highlighting that, Ms. Nikore. Now, staying on this, Bangladesh has agreed to also open its doors to US beef, poultry, and dairy. Given that these sectors are highly subsidized in the US, can Bangladesh's domestic farming sector survive this influx, or are we looking at permanent displacement of local producers?
So on that, I have a slightly different take. I think that for the way the Bangladesh economy is structured, I do think that the imports from the US will be priced very differently from the local local food products, and it's not that a lot of cities in Bangladesh would be able to absorb the imports from the US. It would mainly be concentrated in cities, particularly cities like Dhaka, Sylhet, some of the larger cities, possibly even in the Tamabil area. And it is even possible that there may be some premiumization that is associated with these imports. But the market will remain limited, and I do think that the local manufacturers will then be limited to, some of the smaller areas, the smaller cities, and rural areas. But I don't see the sector getting wiped out in any way. And also, Bangladesh does export quite a lot of its meat outside of Bangladesh as well, and I do think that that will continue in its current form. So I do think it'll open the market for premium products.
Thank you for highlighting that, Ms. Nikore. And now, by adopting US FDA certifications and vehicle safety standards, Bangladesh is effectively aligning its regulatory DNA with Washington. Does this streamline trade at the cost of making significantly harder for Bangladesh to trade with other major partners like the EU or China, which has different standards?
So I think, again, it's a bit different for EU and a bit different for China. I think the US FDA standards harmonize well with the EU standards. The EU standards are actually even tougher than the US FDA standards, particularly when it comes to green manufacturing requirements and environmental regulations. So the EU standards, in any case, were something that were not really being met even before. From Bangladesh. I think the biggest problem is going to be alignment with Chinese standards, because China's standards are very different from US FDA. They allow for a lot more materials in manufacturing. They allow for also for the electric vehicles, they allow for very different levels of procurement processes, manufacturing processes, and they don't have a lot of very stringent ESG regulations. They don't have a very stringent manufacturing process regulation. So if Bangladesh sets its automotive standards to meet US FDA requirements, it essentially creates a scenario where a lot of Chinese vehicles may not, and Chinese companies may not actually qualify under the US FDA standards, and then Bangladesh as a market closes for them. On the other hand, US manufactured cars and vehicles can easily come in. And of course, this is not only about passenger cars, but about, logistics vehicles and two-wheelers, which are, being imported in large numbers in Bangladesh.
And with Bangladesh now at a 19% rate plus the unique fiber for fabric incentive, how does this disrupt the competitive balance against India at 18%, Pakistan at 19%, and Vietnam at 20%? And is Washington effectively using these tiered tariff rates to force a loyalty race among South and Southeast Asian nations to see who can offer the best purchase commitments for American goods?
There is no doubt that Washington is forcing the countries in South and Southeast Asia, all of which are known for textile manufacturing, all of which are known for engineering goods, machinery goods manufacturing. See, I would say that amongst all these countries, very honestly, India seems to have secured the best deal because India has also offered purchase commitments, and none of these other countries have been able to.
Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. As always, we'll start with a check of the top headlines. The Justice Department has unredacted names like billionaire Lex Wexner, assistant Leslie Groff, and modeling agent Jean-Luc Brunel as Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators in a 2019 FBI document. Trump has vowed to halt the opening of the Gordie Howe International Bridge connecting Detroit and Windsor unless Canada shares ownership and compensates the US for perceived trade imbalances. The White House has updated its fact sheet on the historic US-India trade deal, removing mentions of tariff reductions on certain pulses and softening language on India's purchase commitments. The Chinese yuan has surged to its strongest level against the US dollar since May 2023, trading around 6.91 offshore, driven by a firm central bank fixing and reports of Beijing urging banks to curb US Treasuries holdings. A mass shooting in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia, leaves 10 people dead, including the suspect, with over 25 injured in attacks at a high school and a nearby home. Police found 6 victims inside Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. President Donald Trump escalates tensions with Iran, threatening aggressive actions if Tehran doesn't meet US demands on nuclear and missile issues. In a recent interview, Trump stated that without a deal, the US would have to do something very tough amid ongoing talks mediated by Oman. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky intends to reveal plans for presidential elections and a peace deal referendum on February 24, marking the 4th anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion. Indonesia readies up to 8,000 troops for board of peace efforts in Gaza. The troops will form part of the International Stabilization Force under US President Donald Trump's board of peace. All right, viewers, we have some breaking news developments now coming in from Iran, where President Masoud Pezeshkian is saying that Tehran is ready for any level of verification of its nuclear program and is not seeking to develop an atomic weapon. Speaking on the 47th anniversary of Iran's Islamic Revolution, Pezeshkian said Iran has repeatedly stated its position and remains open to inspections despite continuing military threats from the US. At the same time, the Iranian president warned that Tehran will not yield to what he called excessive demands over its nuclear activities, even as talks with Washington have resumed. Addressing crowds at Azadi Square in Tehran, Pezeshkian said Iran would not bow to aggression but would continue dialogue with neighboring countries to promote regional peace and stability. His comments come as diplomatic efforts continue amid heightened regional and international tension. Joining me now in this discussion is Peter Baum. He is the editor of the Weekly Blitz and joins us from London. I'm also joined in by retired Major General A.K. Siwaj, strategic expert from New Delhi. I'd like you gentlemen to begin with your first comments. Peter, would you like to start?
Regarding the Iranian nuclear question, yeah. I'm sorry, what's your question?
What's your first response to the fact, the statement that's now coming in from Pezeshkian, who's saying that Iran is open for any inspection of its nuclear
Yes,
program?
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Okay, well, Iran is in a very difficult position because for the first time in decades, she is probably at her weakest politically and probably militarily. Now, what Iran wants to achieve is not the same as what the Trump administration want to achieve. And Trump has been consistent on this. He has 4 demands from the Iranians: to stop uranium enrichment, to stop ballistic missile production, to stop arming and weaponizing and financially supporting the Iranian proxies, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas and Iraqi militias, and also to stop the barbaric repression of the domestic internal opposition. Now, clearly, Iran has come and said, no, we're not going to agree to that, but we will allow a certain amount of weapons inspection of our nuclear facilities. That will not be sufficient for the Trump administration. And on that basis, unless Iran complies, I can only think that the ever-increasing build-up of military hardware by the United States will come into play if they can't achieve their objectives, those 4 objectives which they are demanding of the Iranians.
Right. General Savaja is also there with us. General Savaja, how do you respond? Iran has clearly signaled it's ready for inspection of its nuclear program. It is not preparing an atomic bomb, and it still wants to continue with missile development.
Very kind. See, as far as Iran is concerned, it is very clear that it will only talk about as far as the nuclear issue is concerned and the nuclear weapon. It's not going to discuss about its capping of its missiles production, as well as its regional support to the proxy like Hezbollah, Houthi and Hamas. So the sticking point is this only. Now, as far as even the nuclear weapons are concerned, the point is that earlier the IAEA could carry out the inspection in Iran, but then they have stopped it. No one does not know whether they have enriched the uranium more than 60% or not. But they are still open for inspection. The reason is simple. Iran does not want a war, because Iran knows that if the war takes place, then there will be a huge damage to Iran. Of course, there will be a damage to US also. US bases are vulnerable, especially in Middle East. Also, Ibrahim Lincoln is vulnerable. So is Israel, because it has already got about 2,500 to 3,000 intercontinental ballistic missiles. It has got a lot of drones from Russia and China. China is helping them in giving them real-time intelligence. So it's not be easy for US also. US is trying to put pressure. US is trying to put tremendous pressure on Iran so that they submit themselves and agree to their demand. And that's how they have initially moved USS Ibrahim Lincoln aircraft carrier group. And now they are thinking of moving USS H.W. Bush, which is again one of the largest aircraft carrier. So I think it's more of a pressure tactic because in case if this war take place, it will be a loss to the whole world, because they will also block Strait of Hormuz, where 20% of oil goes of the whole world. Remember, the oil prices will go more than $100 per barrel. So that's not acceptable to the world as such. So I suppose it is more of a pressure tactic. They had one discussion in Oman, in Muscat. They are now going to have it again after a few days. But US is trying to put pressure, and to how much pressure does it affect Iran or not, time will only tell. But certainly everyone knows it, that in case the war take place, Iran is not a walkover. Iran will fight it back, and Iran today is better prepared than it was prepared last time when there was a conflict between Iran and Israel for 12 days, and thereafter the Americans also came in. And this time there is no surprise anger. Iran knows it, that America can strike them when the talks are going on. Last time US has done that. So they are well prepared. They have got all the armament. They have got ballistic missile. They have got now this time best of you can say drones. It has also got, in the sense, the best air defense system which has been given by the Russia S-300, S-400. So it is better prepared, and the US also knows. So therefore the point is, it is better this war is avoided, because the Middle East countries, especially Saudi, UAE, Jordan, they have refused the US to give their airspace. So the options are also limited as far as US is concerned, that they can fire from Abraham Lincoln or from submarine Tomahawk missile or from Israel. So it's a limited from where they can fire. So the surprise angle is not there. Iran will strike back very hard. So
Right.
considering this, to me it looks like the US also knows it. It's more of a pressure tactic to get maximum out of Iran in the particular situation, because Iran is weakest as on today, but not that weak that you can strike on Iran and expect that Iran will not do anything. Iran
Right.
will strike back with all might.
All right, General Sivaj, thank you too for your comments. Viewers, some more breaking news, in fact, now coming in. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov is now saying that US President Donald Trump's proposed Board of Peace cannot replace the United Nations. Speaking in an interview with an online media project, Lavrov said the new body is an entirely different mechanism and does not match the role of the mandate of the United Nations. However, Lavrov also criticized the UN's Secretariat, describing it as a highly politicized instrument of the world body. He said permanent contracts for UN officials, introduced despite Soviet-era objections, have created deep roots in the United States and undermined neutrality. Lavrov argued that such practices have made the Secretariat susceptible to political influence. The comments come after 19 countries signed the Charter of the Board of Peace in Davos, a body initially linked to administering Gaza and preventing conflicts elsewhere. I'm joined now, I continue to be joined by both Peter Baum and General Sivaj. I'll start with Peter. Peter, Russia had earlier said that it wishes to contribute $1 billion for the development of Gaza. And now it's clearly calling out the difference between Trump's Board of Peace and what the UN is mandated to do. How do you see Russia really calling a spade at this point in time? Was it, a writing on the wall?
It probably was, but let me just reflect on a couple of things here. Many nations have been very dissatisfied with how the United Nations operates and has been structured in the last 30 or 40 years. And I think Trump has played a masterstroke here politically. He won't get too much credit for this in the world's media, but I think what he's done with this Board of Peace has been quite remarkable. And why? Simply because had this structure, this Board of Peace structure, been gone through the usual channels, the United Nations, there would be no doubt that at some stage China or Russia, perhaps even France and the UK, would have vetoed this proposal. Trump has completely bypassed this and gone to countries on a one-on-one basis, and he's got buy-in from those countries. And the United Nations has been sidelined. Now, clearly, Russia, with a veto at the United Nations, has been originally taken in by this and realised all of a sudden, aha, this is an organisation which has bypassed, as I've said, the United Nations, and going forward has challenged the New World Order. Now, it's very likely in 1 year's time there could be another situation in which a similar body, though with different objectives, is created by another US administration, whether it's Trump or not. The logic behind this is purely to create a substitute or a challenge, I should say, to the United Nations without diluting its full power, but it bypassing the United Nations, which is now on the sidelines. Trump's Board of Peace can act completely independently without any fear of any veto and with all the absurdities of having United Nations General Assemblies and having meetings, etc., etc. So the buy-in, I think, has been a masterstroke of political opportunity by Trump.
Right. General Savach is also there with us. General Savach, Russia is of course called it out. Board of Peace is not an alternative to the United Nations, but Trump of course has gone on to say that its functions can go beyond just Gaza. That's what the statement that was made there in Davos itself. What is it that beyond Gaza that Trump is looking for it to work on?
You know, 2-3 issues stand out here, Kirti. One is there is no doubt as far as United Nations is concerned, of late it is not able to fulfill any of its charter. The reason is this is outdated. It was made in 1948 after Second World War. At that point of time, it's, you can say, the 5 permanent members which were there, they were the most powerful. And whether it is US, China, Russia, UK or France. But as on today, how can it happen a United Nations does not represent a country which is the largest population in the world and the fastest growing country like India? They have a very less representation of global south. So therefore, time and again, India and other countries are telling there is high time that there is a requirement of carrying out change in United Nations. It should be broadly now made in a manner which is suitable to the present scenario. As on today, the situation is so bad that these countries, one of them can use veto and thereafter everything comes to standstill. So no denying the fact that United Nations requires rehauling and it has to change as per the present requirement and also the competition and proximities as well as the challenges of the present day. However, this Board of Peace which has been now advocated by President Donald Trump, I don't think it should be able to replace United Nations, because United Nations, whatever you say, is a multilateral, multinational organization. Board of Peace has been now advocated by President Trump. He become the apex as a chairman. He is the only one who will have veto. That there are executive members like ex-Prime Minister of United Kingdom Tony Blair, and also the Marco Rubio and his son-in-law Jared Kushner. And then there are the member countries which are there. 19 of them already signed. Why have the European countries not signed? Because they feel it that it's not going to meet the requirement of the world. The conflicts which are taking place, it will be totally influenced by the US. India has not signed it. India is wait and watch. Why India is wait and watch? Because it is not only restricted to now the Gaza reconstruction activity. Tomorrow they can start interfering even from Jammu and Kashmir, which India has been time and again telling is a bilateral issue between India and Pakistan. So therefore the point today is that not too much confidence is in Board of Peace. Is it really able to replace United Nations? To me, it looks like doubtful, because United Nations, of course, need a change. But Board of Peace is no alternative for United Nations, because United Nations still is a multilateral organization. Right. It succeeded up till about 30 years, but of late is not able to succeed because it has to modify as per the new challenges of the modern world. But certainly, I will say Board of Peace in the present scenario will be totally loaded toward one personality, which is Donald Trump as a chairman, and others. And remember one thing more, if you have to become a permanent member, you have to also donate $1 billion.
Yeah,
so,
but that's only after 3 years, General Savach. We'll leave it at that, this discussion. Thanks for your comments. Do stay on. Viewers are moving on now. Israeli President Isaac Herzog has described his visit to Australia as very emotional during a meeting with Prime Minister Anthony Albanese in Canberra. Herzog's 4-day visit follows a tragic shooting in Sydney last December, where 15 people were killed at a Hanukkah event. In his address, Herzog emphasized the opportunity for a fresh start on relations between Australia and Israel. However, Albanese also raised a critical issue, urging Israel to press criminal charges over an airstrike in Gaza that killed Australian aid worker Zomi Francom and others in 2024. Let's first listen into what Israeli President Isaac Herzog had to say, and then we go across to Peter Baum.
This visit has been very emotional. You know, when one Jew is hurt anywhere around the world, we in Israel ache and our heart misses a beat. And that is why it was so important to visit the community and express heartfelt condolences and strengthen the community.
All right, Peter continues to stay with us. Peter, now the Israeli president is emotional, but there are protests that are being staged in Canberra outside the parliament over his visit due to the Israel attack in Gaza back in the day. Now, even if the Jewish committee has sentiments of anti-Semitism on a rise in Australia, do you think that Australia is going to go ahead with sanctions on Israel for the 2023 strikes?
No, I don't. What we're seeing, not only in Australia, but in all Western democracies, are a united front against Israel. And this united front is made up of two main cohorts. The first one is the Muslim cohort, guided by Islamic extremism, and they are united with the far left of Western democracies. That toxic mix has created a global atmosphere of Jew hatred unparalleled since the Second World War. And until governments recognise that those two demographics, the Muslim bloc, the Islamic, driven by the Islamic extremists, and those on the far left of Western politics, until that is challenged, and it is being challenged at the moment, then I think we will concede this appalling rise in Jew hatred. May I say, in many Western countries, and I use the UK as example, the Jewish community has been supported by those on the centre-right, let's say, and also by our friends in the Hindu community who have stood side by side us because they know more than most people what it's like to be the victims of Islamic extremism. So there is a challenge, but Western governments, knowing that there is a growing population of Muslims within those democracies because of our lack of control surrounding immigration, are very concerned that they will lose the Muslim vote in any forthcoming elections, and that's what's driving their, let's say, anti-Israeli policies at the moment. But I don't think the Australian government will go so far as to sanction Israel.
All right, Peter, thanks very much for your comments there. We now move ahead, viewers. Now, Indonesia is preparing to deploy between 5,000 and 8,000 soldiers to Gaza as part of the US-led Board of Peace. Indonesian military chief Maruli Simanjuntak confirmed the move after a meeting with President Prabowo Subianto. The force will focus on peacekeeping roles, including engineering and medical units. The multinational force could ultimately reach up to 20,000 troops. However, details on deployment and other operational matters are still being negotiated. Indonesia is expected to attend a key meeting of the Board of Peace in Washington later this month, but no final deployment dates have been set. And now proceeding, viewers, Pakistan's Defense Minister Khwaja Asif has made a blunt admission about Islamabad's relationship with Washington, saying that United States used Pakistan and then, quote, threw it away like toilet paper. Asif said Pakistan paid a heavy price for its role in supporting US policies in the region, particularly during the war on terror. He acknowledged that past leadership made strategic mistakes by aligning too closely with Washington. The comments have sparked debate over Pakistan's foreign policy direction and its future ties with the US. There has been no immediate response from Washington to the remarks. General Sawaj is there with us to give his comments on this discussion. General Sawaj, now Pakistan and US relations have seen many crests and troughs pre 9/11 and post 9/11, and now with Donald Trump, there are renewed ties once again of US and Pakistan. But this comment of Khwaja Asif is quite telling.
Absolutely. See, no doubt about it. As far as Pakistan is concerned, it is playing blow hot, blow cold.
Yeah.
Pakistan can sort of surprise anyone, and it has this US also. It has taken almost about $33 billion collected from US to fight against Taliban. And the same money was given to Taliban to fight against America. This was Trump 1.0 said. But if we go back to the history, when the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan, it is that time they have collaborated with Americans. They made a Mujahideen and they were fighting against the Soviet Union. And once the Soviet Union gone, and thereafter they were supporting Taliban government, no denying it fact. And then 9/11 took place, and that is the time when it was seen that Al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan. And that is the time when President Bush warned Pakistan, either you are with us or you are against us. And that is the time when Pakistan took a U-turn, and they then joined the Americans. And the Americans were fighting against Taliban in Afghanistan for about a decade plus. And that is the time a lot of money came to Pakistan, but same money they channelized back to Taliban. So they double-cross Pakistan, double-cross America. They don't deny the fact. Pakistan has made use of its strategic location. Lot of funds have come to Pakistan. All these weapon systems which were earlier given, they were all Americans. Remember, even in 71 war and thereafter F-1683 were given. Why the Americans are interested in Pakistan? Basically due to its strategic location. But Trump 1.0 realized that Pakistan not a reliable ally. So he basically threw them back. Now what has happened is in Trump 2.0, again, there is a sort of bone humming between US and Pakistan. Why is that? There are three reasons. When this India-Pakistan confrontation took place, and Donald Trump wants a Nobel Peace Prize, and he claimed that he has managed to end 8 wars. And in that he has said India and Pakistan was the main war because both the countries were nuclear, whereas India has denied it. It was basically Pakistan directly spoke to India, their DGMO, and that's how the war stopped. So the turn pointing took place from there. Pakistan made a use of this situation, and they said that we will, sort of send a message for Donald Trump to be awarded a Nobel Peace Prize, and then the relations start improving on 3 issues. One, that they say they will give a Pasni Island to US. Then they said cryptocurrency business can be done between US, Donald Trump family and Pakistan, and then the critical mineral which are there in Balochistan can be exploited by Pakistan. So Pakistan saw this opportunity, they wanted to grab this, and they came closer to US. But remember, US does not go like this. US sees the larger interest. US knows it, that in case if they have to attack on Iran, possibly they may need some bases in Pakistan. Remember when the Al-Jawahiri was killed in Kabul, the drones flew from Pakistan only. So Pakistan bases have been traditionally used by US. So therefore, saying Pakistan is been thrown like a waste paper basket by US may not be correct, because Pakistan has also made use of this situation, and Pakistan is not a reliable ally. Pakistan can ditch you. Now, whatever terrorism which is now spreading and hurting Pakistan called TTP, this is nothing new. This was created by Pakistan itself, because they have been all educated in Pakistan madrasas. And the point today is Pakistan is a victim of the medicine which they made for others. You remember when Hillary Clinton came in 2013 as the Secretary of State, she warned Pakistan that if you have got snakes in your courtyard and you think they will only bite your neighbor, they will bite you. So I can only say Pakistan is now trying to convey that America has used them, and through them, I don't think it's correct Pakistan had made full use of America coming into Afghanistan, and they earned a lot of dollars, and they have sort of upgraded their military due to that money. They got almost 86 F-16, which are the state-of-art aircraft at that point of time.
Yeah. We've all heard those statements, but it's for the US and Pakistan to remember those. General, we'll leave it at that. Thanks very much for joining us with your comments. And now moving on to some breaking news coming in. Viewers, the Kremlin has issued a series of statements on key international and domestic issues, reiterating Moscow's foreign policy positions. Russia said it intends to further develop relations with both Armenia and Azerbaijan, stressing that both countries are sovereign states. Commenting on US-Armenian nuclear cooperation, the Kremlin said Russia has extensive experience in dealing with Soviet-built nuclear power plants. Moscow also responded to reports that the US has barred Russia from China and dealings involving Venezuelan oil, saying it plans to raise the issue directly with Washington. And now moving on, viewers, another news coming in now from Spain. Prime Minister Pedro Sánchez has vowed that justice will be done following two deadly train accidents that killed 47 people last month. Addressing Parliament, Sánchez said the state is doing everything possible to support the injured and the families of the victims while working to clarify the causes of the disasters. He insisted that Spain's rail network is safe despite the back-to-back tragedies that have shaken public confidence in the country's train system. 46 people were killed when two high-speed trains collided in Andalusia on January 18, one of Europe's deadliest rail disasters this century. Just days later, a commuter train in Barcelona region hit debris from a collapsed wall, killing the driver. The government has since agreed to invest 1.8 billion euros in maintenance, job creation and rail safety, prompting unions to call off strike action. And we now move on. Viewers, thousands of Iranians are marching on the streets of Tehran to mark the 47th anniversary of the Islamic Revolution. A crackdown on anti-government demonstrations in Iran last month has led to the killing of thousands of people in the most violent unrest since the 1979 Islamic Revolution. European Union has designated the Revolutionary Guards as terrorist organization earlier this year after the brutal crackdown across the nation, marking a symbolic shift in Europe's approach to Iran's leadership. Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump has said that he was considering sending a second aircraft carrier to the Middle East, even as Washington and Tehran prepare to resume negotiations aimed at averting a new conflict. And on to news on the New START treaty. China is calling on the United States to resume strategic arms control talks with Russia following the expiration of the New START nuclear treaty. Speaking in Beijing, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman Lin Jian said Washington should respond to the expectations of the international community and return to dialogue with Moscow on post-treaty arrangements. The New START agreement, the last major treaty limiting the deployment of nuclear weapons, expired on February 5 after the US declined to extend it. Vladimir Putin had said Moscow was ready to continue observing the treaty's limits for another year if the US did the same. President Trump described the proposal as a good idea, but no practical steps followed. Washington has said it hopes any future deal would also include China. And viewers, that's a wrap on this edition of the World Report on NewsX World. Stay tuned.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta. You're watching the World Report on NewsX World. We'll start with a check of the top headlines, as always. The Justice Department has unredacted names like billionaire Les Wexner, assistant Leslie Groff, and modeling agent Jean-Luc Brunel as Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators in a 2019 FBI document. President Donald Trump has vowed to halt the opening of the Gordie Howe International Bridge connecting Detroit and Vista unless Canada shares ownership and compensates the US for perceived trade imbalances. The White House has updated its fact sheet on the historic US-India trade deal, removing mentions of tariff reductions on certain pulses and softening language on India's purchase commitments. A mass shooting in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia leaves 10 people dead, including the suspect, with over 25 injured in attacks at a high school and a nearby home. Police found 6 victims inside Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. US President Donald Trump escalates tension with Iran, threatening aggressive actions if Tehran doesn't meet US demands on nuclear and missile issues. In a recent interview, Trump stated that without a deal, the US would have to do something very tough amid ongoing talks mediated by Oman. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky intends to reveal plans for presidential elections and a peace deal referendum on February 24, marking the 4th anniversary of Russia's invasion. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reaches the US for his 7th meeting with President Trump since the start of his 2nd term, focusing on escalating tension with Iran. The emergency discussion comes amid US-Iran negotiations. France reels from revelations in a massive pedophilia case involving Jacques Lavougle, linked to the abuse of 89 minors across 8 countries over 55 years, including 2 murders. Alright viewers, we have some fresh updates concerning the Chinese yuan that has surged to its strongest level since May 2023 after reports that Beijing has urged banks to limit their holdings of US treasuries, adding to signs of a broader shift away from the dollar. Both the onshore and offshore yuan extended gains to multi-level highs, trading around 6.91 per dollar. The currency is now the 3rd best performer in Asia since late September, up about 3%. Market sources say Chinese officials asked banks with a heavy exposure to US government debt to scale back their positions, though no targets or timelines were given. The guidance does not apply to China's state holdings of treasuries. The move is seen as reinforcing a global trend of diversifying away from dollar assets, potentially encouraging capital to flow back into Chinese markets and providing further support for the yuan. Analysts also point to dollar weakness amid uncertainty over US fiscal and trade policy under Donald Trump, as well as a more tolerant stance from the People's Bank of China toward a stronger currency, a shift that could signal a longer-term change in China's exchange rate strategy. Joining me now for this discussion is Collins Chong-Yu-Keat, Foreign Affairs Security and Strategy Analyst, joining us from Kuala Lumpur. Collins, thanks very much for joining us here. Firstly, news now coming in after we've already reported since a few weeks how Chinese economy has seen a resurgence. Now the yuan is also showing surging, doing rather well vis-a-vis the dollar. How much do you think China is now going to move ahead in reducing its dependence to the US dollar, and what is next now for the Chinese economy and the contributing factor for this surge of the yuan?
Yes, we've seen how this is not a currency story or surge alone. It's a power story. It's the narrative framing by China that is sending this signal that the financial statecraft is part of its overall strategic toolkit. Of course, he is trying to send a very strong message also that he has the tools, the capacity to respond as a tit for tat move against this ongoing measures by the US in terms of restricting Chinese access to tech capacity as well as different sanctions and tariff in place. And of course, also he has to be careful in this because he remains cautious that destabilizing the U.S. Treasury could also prove to be a backfiring move for China itself. The yuan surge also reflects. Of course, we have seen how this move to have this diversification in terms of strategic reserve, and of course also he has all these calculations in place, and we have seen how the impact of this surge in yuan in terms of the domestic market in China also, where a stronger yuan also helps in terms of the efforts to reduce imported inflation as well as also to improve the sentiments of investment, the investors, and to stabilize or to control the capital outflow. And this has been ongoing for years now, and this is one of the moves also to ensure that it doesn't continue to hurt the Chinese economy and to improve sentiments for China overall. But of course, this is I see that from the framework of the strengthening narrative from China, that he has still the toolkit to coordinate this whole structure of the economic competition with the US, and but it's an attempt also to reshape the whole notion of capital allocation and to stem the tide of this unchecked capital outflow from China. That's the primary motive for now.
All right, Collins, thanks for your comments. They are requested to stay on as we now proceed. There's some news also concerning Chinese nationals in Australia. Now, 2 Chinese nationals have been charged with foreign interference in Australia for allegedly gathering information about the Canberra branch of a Buddhist group, Guan Yin Sita, on behalf of a Chinese government security agency. The pair, aged 25 and 31, are set to appear in court today, making them the 4th and 5th individuals charged under Australia's foreign interference laws. The charges follow an investigation that started last year with help from the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation. This comes amid growing concerns over foreign influence and security in Australia, with each defendant facing up to 15 years in prison. Collins, another time when a country is leveling charges of surveillance and foreign interference on Chinese individuals, we'd seen earlier reports from the United Kingdom and now from Australia, similar cases emerging. How do you think China is going to tackle the developments?
Yeah, both sides want to be careful with it because we have seen how recent momentum has been encouraging, from the past couple of years now, and since this trade normalization after the 2020 to 2022 tariff disputes and these frosty ties before that, and but we have seen how with this in place, this is also a signal that Australia is also moving from risk mitigation phase to one of more active deterrence in terms of capacity, in terms of readiness to act. There's also this shift from defensive rhetoric into more action-based, action-oriented results on the ground, to send also a strong message to China that these actions will not be tolerated, and to also galvanize domestic trust and confidence and support in terms of maintaining and ensuring the national interest and safety and security of Australia as a whole. So we have also seen how this greater intelligence efforts and in terms of intelligence confidence in this attribution, and also the readiness by Australia to accept some kind of diplomatic fallout from Beijing. Of course, we will expect Beijing to respond, to deny these allegations and to accuse Australia of being tied into this bloc mentality of Cold War, bloc narrative and Cold War mentality, and as a politicization of this issue. But we have seen how this is a strong stance being projected, that Australia is still standing as a frontline democracy in strengthening the Western world in terms of this overall strategic competition with China. And of course, the US, Japan and India will be also watching closely as part of the Quad members, and how Australia is using these legal frameworks, which have now been seen to be mature enough, to be aligned enough to prosecute these cases rather than just investigating. And of course, also this is also a strong signal also from the framework to China.
Collins, what do we know about the Canberra Buddhist Association, which they are saying that this is a group that they were using to get more details and spy on?
Well, we've seen how this. I don't think this is a precedent. We have seen that before, and especially with the case of Australia, different efforts have been used, different tools have been used, from economic retaliation, from economic tools, and of course also this will also invite counterclaims and arguments, and of course this is now being seen as a national security issue, and for sure there will be different interpretations, and but I don't see that happening, at least domestically in Australia. We have seen how both sides of the aisle will also want to consolidate on this issue to strengthen and to protect the sanctity of sovereignty of Australia as a whole, and to China that despite efforts to strengthen economic ties on the security domain, on the security sphere, and on the sensitive political issues, red lines are still in place, and that there's no tolerance on this kind of behaviors or efforts as part of the influence-seeking activities by other countries, especially by China. And we foresee that Australia will continue to take this hardened stance independently from the parallel focus also on strengthening overall ties. But of course, this will not be compromised at all levels. And I think this is a message being sent now by the current administration.
All right. What do we also know about the pair? It was a 25-year-old and a 31-year-old who were gathering these information. They're now facing a 15-year sentence. What kind of interjection can China now put here?
Well, it remains to be seen as to the extent of the the willingness of China to be involved deeply in this case, and of course, he is also facing a very tight situation, dilemma also for Beijing, to escalate further, which will risk further straining of ties between both nations, which will also have negative spillover impact, and or to double down hard, and of course also to use other tools, including on trade, on economic platforms which have been used before against Australia, which will then risk further retaliation for Australia as a whole. And then we have this endless cycle of ups and downs in these frosty ties, and also you galvanize the entire mechanism of other nations aligned to Australia, including Quad. But to be seen as doing nothing, then will then risk further drawbacks in terms of the efficacy and willingness of China to stand up for itself, and to accuse and to use this as a pretext to accuse the West of politicizing this matter. So I foresee that there will be responses from Beijing, but stopping short of an outright total or wholesome actions being taken that will risk further ties with Australia, seeing how important that will be in terms of the Australia being part of the overall frontline mechanism by the US especially, and with regards also to the impact of Australia geographically in terms of checkmating China's move in the Indo-Pacific, especially in Southeast Asia, with regards to the the AUKUS bases in Perth and in different places.
Now, a warning has also been issued from the ASIO Director General that's been given to the AFP and Counter Foreign Intelligence Interference Task Force last year, and it says that multiple foreign regimes are monitoring, harassing and intimidating members of our diaspora community. It's important, Collins, given that the Bondi aftermath that Australia is going through. How do you view the strong responses now to foreign meddling or interference that Australia is looking at, because immigration came up as a big concern following the shooting at Bondi?
Well, certainly it adds to the overall momentum and the active awareness realization and the of course the understanding from the part of the Australian public to have more awareness and the willingness also to confront these issues, especially with the recent terrorist incident in Bondi, and we have seen how this has synergized the whole notion of defending strongly the core interests of Australia, and to ensure that the public confidence and public trust on the institutions to defend the sanctity and the interests of the nation as a whole. And of course, this is a continuation from that incident, and definitely, and this is not the first time, however, for Australia to take hardened measures to protect its own interests and security. But we have seen how the readiness of the current administration also to ensure that there's no slip-throughs and there's no gap being left open to any potential future attempts that will risk the future safety and security of the nation and the people as a whole. And hence we have seen how these measures are in place to instill greater institutional confidence and to get the needed public support from the whole nation.
All right, Collins, we also are getting some reactions now from Beijing. Beijing viewers has urged Australia to prudently handle the arrests of the two Chinese nationals on charges of a foreign interference after they were accused of spying on a Buddhist group at the behest of a Chinese police. That's a breaking news that we are coming up with. China has urged Australia to handle the case prudently and properly, and to safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of Chinese citizens, as per the Foreign Ministry spokesman Lin Jian. He was making that statement during a news conference, denying knowledge of the specific details of the case. After Canberra arrests two Chinese nationals, now Beijing is warning to handle the case with prudence. Viewers, with that, we are now going to move on. Now, riot police have fired tear gas and water cannon at protesters throwing Molotov cocktails and flares during a demonstration Tuesday night in central Tirana. This is news from Albania, where thousands of opposition supporters were demanding the resignation of Albania's government. The Albanian police has said that 16 protesters were treated in the hospital for burn and other injuries, as 13 protesters were arrested. Albania's Prime Minister Edi Rama's government has come under fire over corruption allegations involving Deputy Prime Minister Belinda Baluku, but Rama has resisted calls to dismiss her. There have been growing demands that lawmakers lift Baluku's immunity from prosecution, which can only be done in a parliamentary vote. All right, Collins continues to stay with us here. Collins, charges of corruption on the Albanian government are rather high. We are seeing the protests and demonstrators there. And on top of that, the US is working with Albania over its nuclear program. How do you view these parallel developments?
Well, the political situation in Albania has been expected. We've seen how structural and systemic issues have been prevalent in terms of whether allegations of corruption or governance issues, and the rising public dissatisfaction and sentiments of the people in terms of the frustration and distrust and mistrust of the government. And of course, also the disputes over electoral sanctity, and there's this little to none of this political cohesion between the ruling and the opposition blocs, where political polarization still remains high. And we have to remember that it's still the candidate country for the EU, and violence in the capital will of course damage the sentiments, the reputation, the trust, and also raises concerns about the standards of and the efforts of maintaining rule of law. So of course we've seen how important this country has been in terms of the larger equation between the EU and of course Europe, as opposed to the involvement and support system from the US, as well as the potentially new involvement from Russia, which will see which will use this as a potential new opening and pretext for further tools and efforts to amplify further narratives and undermining the overall integrity and cohesion of Europe and EU as a whole. And of course, the Balkans have been have gone through different crises before in the past, and the overall Euro-Atlantic cohesion in terms of the importance of Albania to the overall foreign policy strategy of the US, especially in the Trump administration, with regards to the war in Ukraine, also has been gaining in terms of strategic importance. And this is certainly being watched closely by both sides, and it remains to be seen. But I foresee that they will be strongly involved and will be invested in this, in ensuring that stability will still prevail, and that early actions are taken to prevent any further escalations, which will have the risk of further risk and disarray down the road in the next couple of days from now.
Right, Collins, thanks very much for staying on with us for these discussions. And we now move on, viewers, to news from Bangladesh, where millions of young voters are set to vote for the first time in a landmark election following a student-led uprising that ended Sheikh Hasina's autocratic rule. Young voters aged 18 to 37 make up 44% of the electorate, many of whom previously didn't vote under Hasina's 15-year rule. This election sees the Bangladesh Nationalist Party and Jamaat-e-Islami coalition leading the charge, while Hasina's Awami League has been banned. Meanwhile, the Hindu minority remains on the edge, recalling past election-related violence and hoping for peace. Let's first listen in to some citizens.
আমি বিগত তিনটা নির্বাচনের একটা নির্বাচনে ভোট দেইনি, ভোট কেন্দ্রে যাওয়ার চেষ্টা করেছি একবার, কিন্তু শেষমেশ যাওয়া হয়নি। আর বাকি দুটো নির্বাচনে আমি ভোট কেন্দ্রে যাওয়ার আগ্রহই পাইনি, ভয় এবং এক ধরনের শঙ্কা থেকেই মূলত আমি আসলে
সব সময় যে দলই রাষ্ট্র ক্ষমতায় থাকুক আসলে ওই পরিস্থিতির শিকার সংখ্যালঘু সম্প্রদায়ের উপরেই হয়। যে নির্যাতনটা হোক আর যাই হোক, আসলে তো সংখ্যালঘু সম্প্রদায় যারা তারা দুর্বলই থাকে, আর আঘাতটা তাদের উপরেই হয় বেশি। হ্যাঁ, আমরা এখনো পর্যন্ত আমাদের চিন্তাভাবনা আছে যে আমরা ভোটের মাঠে যাব, ভোট দেব, যদি কোনো বিশৃঙ্খলা না হয়, দেশে যদি এর চেয়ে কোনো খারাপ অবস্থা না হয়। হ্যাঁ, তবে প্রশাসনের কাছে আমার চাওয়া পাওয়া আছে যে আমাদেরকে যেন আরও একটু নিরাপত্তার ব্যবস্থা করে, কারণ আসলে তো যারা সংখ্যালঘু সম্প্রদায় তাদের মনে ভীতি কাজ করে সবসময়, নির্বাচন আসলে একটা কাজ করেই, তো সে কারণে প্রশাসনিক একটু তৎপরতাটা আমি আরও বেশি চাই।
Political commentator Prashanta Kumar Shill now joins us in this discussion from Dhaka. Prashanta, thanks very much for joining us. We're seeing how the tide is in favor of Jamaat-e-Islami and the BNP, especially after Awami League is not even contesting the polls. But what is the situation on the ground like? People are asking for security. Can that really be guaranteed if the leading coalition is elected?
Yes, it's a very situation from voting situation. Very people are just waiting what the tomorrow's vote actually. And you know that the this after you already mentioned the regime change of in Bangladesh in 5th August. You know that 2024 what is happening. So, but you see the total scenario. This election is the first time election for the Gen Z revelation. I think from the world. So people are just exciting to see what is happening in the Bangladesh election for the polling and scenario. And you know that the Bangladesh the social media in hypes. There is some equation is coming in front of the voter and the mass people. They see the Facebook reels, memes, and everything, and YouTube search. There is some hype from the Jamaat Islam at the present time, but the real scenario is different. You know that in Bangladesh, you see the analysis of vote. There is a belief from the root level to and the mass people. They haven't just still now they believe in the two-party system vote in Bangladesh. You know that the one major party is Awami League and another is BNP, most largest in the ever time. But you see that there is some after the 5th August, you see that there is lots of political party rising in Bangladesh in the history. But it's a very tough question and pivotal question if they haven't getting vote for the new people, the students especially, the new younger generation. So this is a very big debate question, and it will be say not to say high time before the result published. So we are just waiting to see what is happening, the vote system equation, because all everything is depend on equation, bargaining, and everything. And also the very important issues for the security issues. People are deliberately talk about the security. If you don't ensure the security, people are not entered to the vote center. So this is important, and also the very crucial point. And every media is missed out the minority issues, minority Hindus in Bangladesh. You see that there's a couple of last 2 months and 3 months deliberately killing from the Hindu minority in the banner of the miscreant and everything. But this is a very important question, pivotal question for the authority and election commission and everything to ensure safety and security to the minority and everything, because they are the happening. You know that all the people are just taking the part from Hindus vote, because the Hindu vote, the present election is a very game-changing factor for the people who is just endorsing our the 13th national election in Bangladesh. So you can just avoid, you can just from kept out from the boot camp is very not a wise decision for every political party. So this is that they are happening, and you have to mention if you to introduce a fair, free, and very absolute election in the present time. So another my concern issues, you see that the present time is from election, there is some movement, some happening, and also the people have just eagerly waiting to make sure his vote. But it's a question for the how we can safely and we can just connectively make our vote from effectively. So this is a very pivotal question for the people of the Bangladesh and also the world people, just waiting to see what is happening from the tomorrow's vote.
All right, Prashanta, thanks very much for giving us a comprehensive assessment of the situation there. And we now move on. Viewers, Canadian police are saying that 9 people have been killed in a mass shooting that targeted a school and a nearby residence, in what officials are calling a shocking and close-range attack. Witnesses describe the violence as happening suddenly, with one saying, quote, "It's that close." Emergency services rushed to the spot as police secured the area and launched a major investigation. Authorities have not yet released full details about the suspect or the motive, but Prime Minister Mark Carney has condemned the attack and offered condolences to the victims' families. Officials say more information will be shared as and when confirmed.
I think the last time, you know, the school shooters in Canada, there was one every few years as opposed to one every few days down in the States. And, you know, I used to kind of go, you know, look at Canada, look at who we are. But then, you know, then that one school shooting every 2.5 years happens in your town, and things are just go, you know.
Moving ahead, the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration, or the FAA, has confirmed that its contract with national security firm Peraton, the project manager for a major air traffic control modernization, is worth $1.5 billion. FAA Administrator Brian Bedford told lawmakers that Trump negotiated a $200 million discount from the original proposed price last December. The contract is part of a broader $12.5 billion effort to overhaul the aging U.S. air traffic control system. The FAA says the deal includes a strict no excuses performance clause with payments linked to schedule, cost control, quality, and management targets. Key focus of the overhaul is moving computer systems at 318 FAA facilities into a modern cloud-based network. The agency has
what we can do as the Interparliamentary Union.
Hello and welcome. I'm Ellie Richardson and you're watching The World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the top headlines of this hour. The Justice Department has unredacted names like billionaire Les Wexner, assistant Leslie Groff, and modelling agent Jean-Luc Brunel as Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator in a 2019 FBI document. President Trump has vowed to halt the opening of the Geordie Howe International Bridge connecting Detroit and Windsor unless Canada shares ownership and compensates the US for perceived trade imbalances. The White House has updated its fact sheet on the historic US-India trade deal, removing mentions of tariff reductions on certain pulses and softening language on India's purchase commitments. The Chinese yuan has surged to its strongest level against the US dollar since May 2023. trading around 6.91 offshore, driven by a firm central bank fixing and reports of Beijing urging banks to curb US Treasuries holding. A mass shooting in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia leaves 10 people dead, including the suspect, with over 25 injured in attacks at a high school and a nearby home. Police found 6 victims inside Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. President Donald Trump escalates tensions with Iran, threatening aggressive actions if Tehran doesn't meet US demands on nuclear and missile issues. In a recent interview, Trump stated that without a deal, the US would have to do something very tough amid ongoing talks mediated by Oman. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky intends to reveal plans for presidential elections and a peace deal referendum on February the 24th, marking the 4th anniversary of Russia's invasion. Indonesia readies up to 8,000 troops for Board of Peace efforts in Gaza. The troops will form part of the Internationalist Stabilization Forces under US President Donald Trump's Board of Peace. And we have some breaking news for you now. The National Center for Seismology has reported that an earthquake of magnitude 6 has rattled the South Pacific Ocean. The earthquake occurred with a depth of 515 kilometers. The world's greatest earthquake belt, the Circum-Pacific Seismic Belt, and is found along the rim of the Pacific Ocean, where about 81% of our planet's largest earthquakes occur, as it's earned the nickname Ring of Fire. And for some more breaking news, Russia has warned that it will take military confinements if the West increases its military presence in Greenland. Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov issued that a threat during a speech to Russian lawmakers on February the 11th, 2026, stating that any move to militarize the territory and establish military capabilities aimed at Russia would trigger an appropriate response from Moscow, including military technical actions. This warning comes amid rising tensions over Greenland's strategic location in the Arctic, a region of growing geopolitical importance. As we know, Trump obviously wanted to have Greenland, and after many weeks of talks with Denmark's leaders and Greenland's leaders, they came to a decision. Russia has warned that it will take military confinements if the West increases its military presence in Greenland. Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov issued the threat during a speech to Russian lawmakers on February the 11th, 2026, stating that any move to militarize the territory and establish military capabilities aimed at Russia would trigger an appropriate response from Moscow, including military technical actions. This warning comes amid rising tensions over Greenland's strategic location in the Arctic, a region of growing geopolitical importance. That it will take military countermeasures if the West increases its military presence in Greenland. Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov issued the threat during a speech to Russian lawmakers on February the 11th, 2026, stating that any move to militarize the territory and establish military capabilities aimed at Russia would trigger an appropriate response from Moscow, including military technical actions. This warning comes amid rising tensions over Greenland's strategic location in the Arctic, a region of growing geopolitical importance. We are now being joined by Sol Sadka, who's a political commentator joining us from Tel Aviv. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Is Russia's threat primarily defensive or part of a larger geopolitical strategy, do you think?
I don't think it's either defensive or part of a larger geopolitical strategy. It's entirely bluster. If you recall, the Russian leaders have led their people into a disastrous war in Ukraine that has bled them dry financially, it has drained their military capacity, and it has exposed them before the entire world as no superpower, but an absolute paper tiger. So how are they possibly going to make threats against other nations if they weren't even able to move more than 50 miles into Ukraine in 4 years? We are coming up to the 4th anniversary now of the start of their war, and they have absolutely failed in their war goals. So they certainly are not in any position to be making any kind of threats to move in other directions. And the reason we are seeing other countries, as we've seen in Azerbaijan and in the United States and other places that are now becoming more emboldened, the reason we're seeing that is because a lot of these countries, their rivals, have lost their primary ally, Russia, because Russia has bogged itself down in this quagmire.
And how could this dispute over Greenland from Russia's comments influence NATO unity and coercion?
Hello?
How could this dispute over Greenland influence NATO's unity and coercion? And for your next story now.
I can't hear you.
Qatar's Emir Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani and US President Donald Trump held a phone call to discuss regional de-escalations and stability, as both Washington and Tehran works towards a diplomatic solution on Iran's nuclear program. The call just comes ahead of a meeting between Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. In this meeting, Netanyahu is expected to push for broader talks with Iran, addressing not just its nuclear program, but also its missile capabilities and other security issues. Qatar has been actively involved in easing tensions between the US and Iran, aiming to prevent a military confrontation. Iranian advisor Ali Larijani arrived in Qatar on Wednesday, likely to meet with the Emir. These developments come after the US and Iran held indirect talks in Oman last week, which was seen as a step forward in the ongoing diplomatic dialogue. We are now being joined again by Saul Sadka. Thank you for joining us back here. What strategic role can Qatar play in the de-escalation efforts between the United States and Iran, and why is it being taped for this mediation?
And the reason Qatar might have been tapped for this mediation is because they harbor within their nation a number of Iranians' great allies, Hamas and so on and so forth. And so they have been trying to play a game, a good cop, bad cop game with the West for many years. And for them, it's very, very important that the Iranians still remain some kind of threat. Because if the Iranians are no longer a threat, then the situation that they are in is very bad, because there will no longer be any need for American bases to the same extent in the Middle East. That means the only thing that protects Qatar from being invaded and overrun in hours by their Saudi rivals, or really in the reality as enemies, is the large American base on their territory. If that were to go away, that would be the end of Qatar. So Qatar very much wants to play the game and to try and help the Iranian regime stay in power. But my guess is that even though the Qataris do seem to have a certain amount of pull with members of the Trump administration, it won't be enough in this case, because Trump has really nailed his flags to the mast here, and the amount of military equipment building up around Iran is so great that Iran is either going to have to essentially surrender to American terms, or the regime will likely be brought down, or at least put in such a weak position that it will fall by itself in the relatively near future.
Does active diplomacy between the US and Iran, reinforced by discussions with regional partners like Qatar, does this reduce the risk of wider conflict in the Middle East?
No, not at all. Unfortunately, we have seen the results of Qatari mediation, that kind of thing, over the years. And if anything, what it's done is it's allowed various bad actors to maintain their place on the world stage and drag out what could have otherwise been very short conflicts. But who knows? If Qatar can persuade Iran that it's in their interest to accept the American ultimatums in full, then perhaps, as Qatar was in fact able, once Qatar realized that their Hamas beneficiaries were no longer an asset to them at all and were simply a bad stain on their reputation, they managed to persuade Hamas against Hamas's own interest to hand over all the hostages, and that happened. So who knows? Perhaps Qatar really does have the clout to force the Iranians to capitulate, but that's only going to happen if Qatar thinks it's in their interest for that to happen. And my guess is they don't yet think that, so probably that won't happen. And even if they are able to bring Iran to the table and try and force their hand, there's no certainty that there is sufficient unity within the Iranian regime. There are all sorts of factions, hardliners, people that really want to go down with the ship, whereas there are also more pragmatic people who are relatively fundamentally secular in some ways, who would like to make deals. And those have always been in play. It could be so that even if Qatar is able to bring Iran to the table, the Iranians will not be able to unite sufficiently to accept any deal.
Thank you so much, Saul, for joining us here today on NewsX World. Thailand's Elections Commission is facing pressure over an alleged lack of transparency in vote counting across more than a dozen constituencies, following Sunday's general election that was swept by Prime Minister Anutin Charnavakurilu's party. Almost immediately after polls closed at 10 o'clock GMT on Sunday, members of the People's Party flagged irregularities in the vote count on social media. These included videos showing ballots being counted in the dark, valid votes incorrectly marked as spoiled, and discrepancies between figures recorded at polling stations and those entered into the Election Commission's online system. The People's Party, which led most pre-election polls but came in at a distant second behind Anutin's Boma Jathi party, said it accepted the results but has sought recounts in 18 constituencies. We are now being joined by Dr. Satoru Nagao, who's a fellow Hudson Institute, joining us from Tokyo. Thank you so much for joining us here today. What are the main transparency concerns surrounding Thailand's election commission, and how might they affect public trust in the election results?
In this case, before the election, most of the elections, maybe the most seats divided in the one side in the ruling party and the two opposition parties. So that's why it will happen again, the people expect it. And view from the survey, there's a possibility one of the opposition party could be the biggest party in the parliament, people expect it. But after the election, people realize the ruling party got relatively big, even if not majority, but at the same time, more than one third they got. And so that's why people start to doubt why it has happened. And in this case, such kind of information has revealed. After that, people do not trust the result of the election. And that has happened as a scandal. But at the same time, without certain evidence, this kind of the incident as a partial influence towards the election, people can believe. So that's why it will happen rely on what kind of explanation government will do. And if this is a proper election, of course, even if this is a proper election, the governmental party hasn't got a majority. This means that anyway they need to ally with the opposition party, and this means that opposition party still has an influence in the Thailand politics. So that's why this is not perfectly controlled by someone. This is still valuable election, I think.
And how do allegations of irregularities, like they said about counting in the dark, etc., how do these how do these irregularities in vote counting or reporting shape perceptions in democratic legitimacy in Thailand?
Of course, the view from the legitimacy, such kind of scandal is not good, of course, because if this is just one incident, not common incident, in this case, people can believe the result of the election. But if this incident is just a part of the big eyes, so that's why, in this case, people cannot trust the election. So that's why legitimacy is damaged by this kind of activities, scandal. So how wide this scandal is will be decisive of the trustworthy or not. That is true.
Thank you. Don't go too far, as we will be back with you very shortly. Some more breaking news. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has expressed his deep shock over the horrific shooting incident in Canada. In his statement, Modi extended heartfelt condolences to the families who have lost loved ones and wished for a speedy recovery for those injured. He added that India stands in solidarity with the people of Canada during this tragic time. 9 people have been confirmed dead and at least 25 others have been injured following shootings at a school and a nearby residence in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia. And some more breaking news. Taiwan plans to send a team to the US to assess rare earth deposits, aiming to refine these minerals on the island. Taiwan's Economy Minister Kong Ming-Hsan has said the assessment will determine which rare earth elements and the US had and whether they meet Taiwan's needs. With Taiwan's reliance on China for its supply chain, the move comes amid growing concerns over reliance on Beijing. Taiwan consumes 1,500 metric tons of rare earth minerals annually, and the goal is to meet half of its demand domestically by expanding production capacity. This will help secure Taiwan's future supply chain. We are now being joined again by Dr. Satoru Nagao. Thank you so much for joining us back here for this breaking news story. What does Taiwan's decision to assess US rare earth deposits reveal about the changing global supply chain priorities, and how might this reshape economic security ties between Taipei, Washington and other partners?
Yeah, it is interesting, especially the focusing on, especially related with semiconductor production. Because United States weapons rely on the advanced level of the semiconductor. In this case, Taiwan supplies this semiconductor. But to produce this advanced level semiconductor, Taiwan rely on the supply chain of rare earths. And so if Taiwan rely on China to get the rare earths to produce advanced level semiconductor for the United States, this means that indirectly United States rely on China. Even if this weapon, U.S. weapon, is the purpose of this weapon is against fight against China, so that's why this is ironically the situation, and the U.S. need to slope, Taiwan need to slope. So firstly, the U.S. and Taiwan are negotiating relocate factory of the semiconductor from Taiwan to United States. And some certain part of the factories will relocate to the United States. But even if under such kind of situation, still this semiconductor factory rely on the supply chain, rare supply chain from China. So this means that this is not an effective way to deal with China. So that's why Taiwan and the United States need to find alternative source of rare earths. Without this, this is not effective way as an economic security. So that's why this issue is very important now. Both US and Taiwan want to find alternative source, and especially if the factory is located in the United States. In this case, if Taiwan finds supply chain in the United States, that is proper.
Thank you, Dr. Satura. Don't move too far, as we will be back with you very shortly. The Philippine Foreign Ministry has urged the Chinese embassy to take a more constructive approach amid rising tensions. Newly appointed spokesperson Rogelio Villanueva emphasised that responses should be made in a calm and professional manner. This call follows the Philippine Senate's approval of a resolution condemning the Chinese embassy's remarks on the country's maritime sovereignty in the South China Sea. Meanwhile, China rejected the resolution, labelling it a political stunt. Diplomatic relations between the two nations have been increasingly strained due to ongoing maritime confrontations. However, Philippine Ambassador to the United States, Jose Romualdez, highlighted the importance of cooling tensions, stressing that the relationship should not be defined solely by maritime dispute. We are now being joined again by Dr. Satura Nagal. Thank you for joining us back here. Why is the Philippines asking China to keep its tone calm right now?
View from the military balance, the Philippines wished a peaceful situation with China. But at the same time, China side do not share the same opinion because they are stronger, they believe. And in this case, the Philippines wish to be peace means that the Philippines should follow China. That is the logic China has. And in this case, especially under the situation which is US-China relation is not so escalated, high tension. But under such kind of situation, China can be bold against other US allies and partners because US is not the main threat. If the US is a big threat against China, in this case, China want to focusing on US instead of the rising tension with the United States. China's policy towards other US allies and partner is relatively calm. But completely opposite has happened just now. The US and China, the tension is not so high. So that's why China is becoming the bold against Japan, against Taiwan, against Philippines, something like that. So Philippines diplomacy, always Philippines try to choose a soft stance against China because they do not wish a conflict with China. But China is not so peaceful country and every time provoke Philippines, especially that their relation with the US is not so high tense in this case. High tension in this case, China is becoming bold and provoke Philippines. That could happen. So Philippines want to make peace, and China is not.
Thank you, Dr. Satura Nagal, for joining us here today on NewsX World. Here for some more breaking news for you. At least 9 people have been killed in Madagascar after tropical cyclone Gezani slammed into the Indian Ocean island, bringing winds of more than 195 kilometers per hour. The cyclone made landfall in the eastern port city of Tomanazia, causing widespread destruction. Buildings collapsed, roofs were torn off, power lines were brought down, and trees were unrooted. Madagascar's National Office for Risk and Disaster Management confirmed at least 19 people were injured, most due to structural damage caused by the storm. Red alerts were issued for several regions amid fears of flooding and landslides. The storm later weakened into a tropical system as it moved westwards across the country, passing north of the capital Antananarivo, which remains under flood alert. The disaster comes less than 2 weeks after another cyclone killed 14 people. A tragic incident has unfolded in Papua, Indonesia, as a civilian plane came under attack. Police has reportedly confirmed that the pilot and co-pilot of the smart airplane were shot and killed after an unknown assailant fired upon the aircraft during its landing at the Kroain airport located in Boven Diogel region of South Papua. The small commercial flight carrying 13 passengers had just touched down at 11:17 a.m. local time when the shooting started. As the attack began, the pilots and passengers evacuated the plane, fleeing into nearby forested land. All passengers are reported safe, though the 2 crew members tragically lost their lives. The motive and the identity of these attacks remain unclear, with no claims of responsibility. There has been speculation about possible involvement of separatist rebel groups amid ongoing tensions in the region. Papua, rich in resources, has long been at the centre of conflict between local independence fighters and Indonesian security forces. The Kremlin says the messaging app Telegram must comply with Russian law or face further restrictions. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov has stated that the state communications regulator is required to act if the platform fails to respond to official requests. He added that Telegram has not corrected previous violations and that could lead to tighter measures. The warning signals growing pressure on digital platforms operating inside Russia. That's all we have time for this hour. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When
we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reforms, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst
Hello and welcome to Deep Dive on NewsX World. I'm Kriti Mehta. We're diving now into the US-India trade deal and the quiet revisions made in February 2026. These changes, though subtle, are significant. The White House updated the fact sheet, shifting key aspects of the deal, pulses tariffs are removed, and a stronger focus on digital services. What do these changes mean for India and its citizens? Before breaking that down, let's rewind a bit and understand the context. In February, Prime Minister Modi and President Donald Trump set an ambitious target to double US-India trade to $500 billion by 2030. But tension quickly escalated, starting with the US tariffs on Indian goods. Fast forward now to April of last year when the US slapped a 26% import duty on Indian goods, igniting trade disputes. Then by June of last year, Indian officials were working hard to bridge differences leading up to the July deadline. But the stakes got even higher in August 2025 when the US imposed a 25% tariff, citing India's Russian oil purchases, bringing the total tariff to 50%. But things began to change in January 2026 when Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal assured that India was working to close the deal quickly. And in February 2026, India and the US reached an agreement to reduce reciprocal tariffs from 25% to 18%, which was a key win for India. Now, the White House released a fact sheet outlining the terms of this interim trade agreement. And then within days, it quietly revised the language without public notice. Now, here's what's changed. Take a look at your screens. A removal of certain pulses. The earlier fact sheets list of US food and agricultural products that India would reduce or eliminate tariffs on included certain pulses, but the revised version has deleted those words entirely. Now, softening of purchase language. The phrase saying India commits to buying more than $500 billion worth of US products was also changed to say India intends to buy them. Reordered product list. While pulses were removed, the best of a list still references other products like dried distillers grains, red sorghum, tree nuts, fresh and processed fruit, soybean oil, wine and spirits. Now, these seem like small edits, but they signal big shifts. Let's unpack why this actually matters. Now, India is the largest producer and consumer of pulses in the world. Pulses are a staple in Indian diets and a major source of protein for millions of households. The original fact sheet language implied tariff cuts on pulses, which would have undercut domestic farmers and raised prices for consumers. After pushback, the US deleted that reference, acknowledging India's sensitivities. Meanwhile, changing commits to intends puts the lofty $500 billion trade target more in the realm of aspiration than obligation. It softens expectations for guaranteed US exports to India. Now, compare this to February 2 of this year and the deal that was struck then. That earlier deal was framed as a reciprocal tariff reduction. India welcomed relief from punitive duties. The US touted market access. But this latest revision shows the US shaping the narrative after the fact, removing references that could be politically sensitive in India and tweaking language to suit Washington's messaging priorities. So what does this all mean for ordinary Indians? Farmers get some reassurance that pulses won't become unilateral concessions in a global trade pact. Consumers may avoid domestic price pressure on key staples. But broader trade ambitions, the $500 billion target, now read more like a future objective than a binding roadmap. The developments are a reminder. Trade deals aren't just about economics on paper, they're a battleground of language, politics, and national priorities. Joining me now for this discussion is Dr. Ajay Dua. He's former Indian Secretary of Commerce and senior economist. Dr. Dua, thank you very much for joining us in this discussion at NewsX World's Deep Dive. It's a pleasure to have you.
My pleasure.
So let's then begin. Dr. Dua, the White House has quietly diluted key promises, removing pulses and softening the $500 billion target. Is it really a diplomatic win for India, or is there an ulterior motive for the US here?
I wouldn't say that there is ulterior motive. After all, we are entering into a trade deal, and both sides will do their best to protect their interests. If it applies to India, where we have a large farmer population, it also applies to the US because it does have also an issue of its farmers produce. They're not being able to sell that to China because of this tariff war between them and the political leadership there which faces a midterm election in a few months' time, obviously is concerned about its voters. So I won't call it ulterior motive in any sense when we are doing a business transaction. The US heard that through their representatives in India, that particularly an ambassador who's got his ears down to the ground, new ambassador, and who has access to the prime president direct access, that there is a muttering going on in India, which was earlier silent, but in the last 2 or 3 days it had become pronounced, that the Indian farmers are going to be hurt, that the government has opened up in the declaration, the joint statement issued 5 days ago, that there is going to be allowing, India is going to be allowing certain amounts, certain agriculture products to come up, and that how the progress is made in the what has been agreed to in the joint statement, upon that would depend whether the US will be when the US will be bringing down its duties from the existing 50% to 20%. So having been said that and conveyed to the US administration, I think they've done well to have addressed one issue out of agriculture, that is pulses, that India would be reducing the duty on pulses to zero, which would have given access to the US production of pulses. We might be large producers, but we might be large consumers in dals, obviously various kinds. It's a staple food for us in India. So there the US has relented and removed out of the items in which it was expecting India to kind of give them market access, pulses has been removed. Similarly, there was concern in India that $500 billion worth of additional goods to be imported by India from the US in the course. Earlier, there was no timeline in the first draft. In the second, they've said it's over 5 years, which was also considerable considering that as of now, we export to the US only about 50 to 55 billion worth of goods. So doubling it up for every year, meaning every year it had to be 100 from the current 50, was also, people were wondering what items would it be. We were being reluctant to talk about specifics, but the undertone has been very clear that India, and has stated it now, is no longer an undertone since the Foreign Secretary, Mr. Mishri, yesterday said that India feels that no one can subject it to buying oil from where it considers its national interests served. That means the US cannot be insisting upon India to turn off the tap to Russia, from where we've been buying discounted oil for the last 3.5 years, ever since the sanctions were imposed. So now to say that they have relaxed it by saying, instead of India committing, saying India intends to do.
Yeah.
That would follow. So there's a dilution in the language, both in terms of legalistic as well as the commonly understood. But having said all that, I would say that this opens up a bit of a door, that if you negotiate hard, it is possible to get the USA to revise what it is offering, which is both good as well as bad, because it makes the whole thing unpredictable. Saying what is the final say of President Trump in these matters, if either on his own, or if we he senses the public opinion, or diplomatically the issue is taken up, that he comes down. And do you remember there was a term used for President Trump as soon as he had come, taco, Trump always chickens out. That was a very wrong one, but this is what it is referring to, saying initially you impose large duties, take a particular stand, but and probably you do that in a hurry, but soon thereafter, once you see the responses and the reactions, then you come down. So I'm
Dr. Duana, pulses are also central to India's food security and millions of farmers' livelihoods depend on it. By taking them off the tariff list, has India really protected a critical sector here?
We have taken our step. I think a little more needs to be done. Like you yourself mentioned, that what we are talking about, the sorghum animal feed, which is also what we had been objecting to earlier, saying that the animals which have been fed on non-vegetarian food, that India has certain reservations about that, are importing their products to India. Similarly, India had reservation about genetically modified seeds, but we have said that we will be importing more of oil from the US, edible oil, and that in that soya oil is what we are talking about. In that also it is genetically produced. So an outlet here, gone about agriculture opening up a little more slowly. Sometime or the other we have to open up. I am not at all trying to be protective of any sector in the Indian economy, including the farmers. They have to be more productive. They have to have modern science, technology, etc. But given the fact that we are not able to provide jobs for rural people in the urban sector, because we have a highly populated country, so the process of shifting migration has slowed down, and 60% which remains in the rural areas have to be found jobs in the rural area. Farming are the main activities, so our restraint upon ourselves is gradually we will do that. We take the message, we will open, say, fruits, nuts, tree nuts and spirits. What we have done with the European Union, I think, is a little more, I wouldn't call it sensible. There's nothing sensible in trade talks. It is each side for its best, as I said. Though what I am saying is that what we agreed to with the European Union and earlier with the UK could have been the amount of opening which we would have done in giving market access on Indian agriculture, and provided for it, saying over a slightly longer time, we would be reducing the duties, and by a particular year, maybe 5 years from now, 7 years from now, that we would have brought these down to zero. So you are preparing the Indian farmers as well, saying it's not going to be like before. You guys have to become competitive, and there would be pressure upon the industrial sector, Indian policy makers.
Doctor, also the fact that just wordings have been changed, commits to intents, does it lower accountability, and is the US really backing away from firm obligations?
I would say we should welcome it, even if the word US is backing it out, we should not rub it in.
Do you see it becoming an economic reality anytime soon?
I think so. They have realized political more than political. It is economic necessity, saying India is growing at 7% plus. Today it might be a $4 trillion economy, but it's going to be growing faster than China and other countries, which is true. So economically, they would like to have access to India's population, which is growing, unlike China's, which is falling, and we are growing faster. You know, we account for 17% of the world's economic growth, the only country ahead of us. is 26% USA, because its economy is 4 times, or not 4, 8 times, sorry, 6 times, 24 billion, ours 4, 6 times our economy. So their 3% adds up to much more, because they are already 6 times. But they would want to have an access, have a foot in the door to India, our country which is doing well. So to that extent, I think it is an economic decision by the US, which would like to cultivate India, and for us, US is a very important market.
Right. And finally, Dr. Dua, what do you have to say about the fact that these editings were quietly made behind, behind the scenes, editing in the fact sheet, the language of the deal, instead of making a public announcement about it? How is one to view that?
I think we should give the devil its due. The Indian diplomats, trade diplomats, as well as the Foreign Office, have been working on it for the last days, ever since the USA's first draft came. In the last 9 days or so, we've seen first President Trump's unilateral declaration, then thereafter a joint statement, and this the fact sheet which is issued today, that none of these is a result of quiet action by one side. The Indian side has been working on them quietly. That's the way to go, rather than shouting at them or saying that we have been done in, etc. Then people will take polarized stand, get polarized the issue. Then they start taking hard stands. But if you do negotiations behind the scenes, then there is a greater chance of mutual understanding. And I think that is what is achieved the results. And I think that's the way to go forward. We must have a deal with the US. Which deal? Not the interim. We are right now talking of all this is interim. The trade pact will, once the non-tariff barriers, as well as the plan to go forward, will be mentioned, of the kind which we have done with the UK, we have done with 3 or 4 other countries. Then there is certainty. But while we are still in the works, I think working behind the scene and listening to one another, accommodating one another to the extent possible, is the way forward.
Right. Dr. Dua, thanks then very much for joining us in this conversation here at Deep Dive.
My pleasure.
And viewers, with that, we wrap up this episode of NewsX World's Deep Dive. Stay tuned for all international news and updates.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
we would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and
Hello and welcome, I'm Ellie Richardson and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the breaking news of this hour. The Justice Department has unredacted names like billionaire Les Wexner, assistant Leslie Groff and modelling agent Jean-Luc Brunel as Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators in a 2019 FBI document. President Trump has vowed to halt the opening of the Geordie Howe International Bridge connecting Detroit and Windsor unless Canada shares ownership and compensates the US for perceived trade imbalances. The White House has updated its fact sheet on the historic US-India trade deal, removing mentions of tariff reductions on certain pulses and softening language on India's purchase comments. The Chinese yuan has surged to its strongest level against the US dollar since May 2023, trading around 6.91 offshore, driven by a firm central bank fixing and reports of Beijing urging banks to curb as US Treasuries holding. The mass shooting in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia, leaves 10 people dead, including the suspect, with over 25 injured in attacks at a high school and a nearby home. Police found 6 victims inside Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. President Donald Trump escalates tensions with Iran, threatening aggressive actions if Tehran doesn't meet US demands on nuclear and missile issues. In a recent interview, Trump stated that without a deal, the US would have to do something very tough amid ongoing talks mediated by Oman. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky intends to reveal plans for presidential elections and a peace deal referendum on February the 24th, marking the 4th anniversary of Russia's invasion. Indonesia readies up to 8,000 troops for Board of Peace efforts in Gaza. The troops will form part of an international list stabilization force under US President Donald Trump's Board of Peace. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has criticized new US restriction on Russia's involvement in Venezuela's oil business, calling them blatant discrimination. The US Treasury Department issued a license allowing the exploration and production of oil and gas in Venezuela. However, it excluded Russian and Chinese nationals and entities from participating. Lavrov expressed Russia's intent to seek clarification from Washington over the measures. He emphasized that Russia wants to cooperate with the US in a mutually respectful manner without domination. Moscow has been actively engaging with Washington on this issue, seeking a more equal approach to the situation. The restrictions are part of a broader effort by the US to regulate foreign influence in Venezuela's energy sector, while easing sanctions for other countries. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has criticized new US restrictions on Russia's involvement in Venezuela's oil business, calling them a blatant discrimination. The US Treasury Department issued a license allowing the exploration and production of oil and gas in Venezuela. However, it excluded Russian and Chinese nationals and entities from participating. We are now being joined by Professor Georgie, who is joining us, who's a Russia Academy of Science. Thank you so much for joining us here today. What does, so with this situation with Russia and now America coming into Venezuela, what can this talk between them both tell us about Venezuela's not much independence on their own oil sector?
Well, I think this is just another proof of blatant violation of all and every rule that exists in international relations and international business. And I think it doesn't surprise anybody, and nobody already expects any kind of civilized behavior from the United States. Especially in this case, because Russia is a traditional partner of Venezuela and it has its own economic interests. And I personally think that we need not apologize or well make some kind of statements. We should act symmetrically. If US wants to attack us, I think their economic interests should be attacked in return. Because US, despite the agreements between President Putin and President Trump in Anchorage, they haven't been doing much to improve bilateral relations. So I think we shouldn't beg for this improvement. We just should act. Russia should act based on its own interests and do whatever it finds necessary. In the Venezuelan case, just send in the trying to get the oil, and if there will be a military confrontation on the high sea, let it be it.
And what are the legal and diplomatic implications of the US Treasury recent license that allows oil operations in Venezuela but explicitly excludes Russia entities?
Well, as I've said, there's diplomacy is dead and legal law is dead. Everybody acts according to his own interests. That's how US is doing that. That's what all others should do. There's absolutely no legal basis for the US Treasury's actions.
And how might these restrictions affect Venezuela's oil sector recovery and geopolitical alignment, particularly given Russia's long-term energy investments into Carcarás?
We have to look how the supplies of oil from Venezuela, where it will go and how it will go. But obviously, that's not the business as usual. It's not something that can be predicted or planned in any way. It's a very fluid situation where we can act in accordance with the current situation. You cannot predict anything right now.
And is Russia's characterization of the US measures as blatant discrimination a fair assessment, or is it strategic rhetoric aimed at rallying global opinion?
I don't know whether it was meant by the US to carry some political message. Treasury is known just to act strictly like in accountant's manner without thinking about consequences. But we shouldn't be concerned about it. We should see it as a political message and answer in a reciprocal manner.
And to what extent do these restrictions reflect broader US policy aims in Latin America, and could these unintentionally drive Carcarás closer to Russia or China?
I don't think so that Caracas now has any ability to move anywhere and to do anything. But I think that what Russia and China should do is just act symmetrically. Just do the same in their own interests.
Thank you. Don't go too far, as we will be back with you very shortly. Some breaking news now. A gunman has taken an unknown number of students and teachers hostage at Prathan Kerthwat School in Hat Yai, Songkhla province in Thailand. According to reports, 3 people have been shot after the attackers opened fire. Authorities have not yet confirmed the total number of hostages, and police are negotiating with the gunman. Emergency teams are on the scene with a large security operation underway to ensure the safety of those involved. The situation is still developing, and law enforcement has urged the public to stay clear of the area to allow for ongoing efforts. In Bangladesh, jobs, better infrastructure and greater political freedom sits high on the agenda for Bangladesh's Gen Z voters as the South Asian country heads into a national election. Called after a student-led uprising in 2024 toppled longtime Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Thursday's vote is considered as the Muslim-majority nation's first competitive election since 2009. Although Hasina's Awami League party will not be on the ballot after the Election Commission suspended its registration. Government estimates from 2022 show that nearly 28% of Bangladesh's population are aged between 15 and 29. After playing a key role in Hasina's ouster, these youngsters are expected to come out in large numbers to vote, and their ballots could prove decisive in a tight race. Let's in fact listen to what some of the students had to say.
একজন সচেতন নাগরিক হিসেবে আমি এবার প্রথম ভোটার এবং অবশ্যই আমি ভোট দিতে যাব টু প্রিভেন্ট এনি কাইন্ড অফ ভোট ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং অ্যাকচুয়ালি অ্যান্ড আপনি যে বলেন যে 24-এর গণঅভ্যুত্থানের পর যেই নতুন নেতৃত্ব বা যারা এসছে তাদের থেকে তো আমাদের অনেক চাওয়া পাওয়া ছিল বা আমাদের এক্সপেকটেশন ছিল, বাট তাদের যে বিভিন্ন কর্মকাণ্ডগুলো এখন বর্তমানে দেখছি সেখান থেকে একটু এক্সপেকটেশন লেস হয়ে গেছে। তারপর আশা রাখবো তারা যেন ভালো কাজ করে, এটি হচ্ছে কথা। যেহেতু জনগণের জন্য তারা কাজ করতে চায়, ঠিক সেই জন্যই জনগণ ঠিক যেটুকু চায়, জনগণের যে প্রত্যাশা সেটাই যেন তারা করে, নিজেদের প্রত্যাশাটাকে কমিয়ে।
আমাদের দেশে হচ্ছে প্রচুর শিক্ষাক্ষেত্র থাকার অবস্থা, আমাদের যে কর্মসংস্থানের ব্যাপক অভাব রয়েছে, পাশাপাশি শিক্ষাক্ষেত্রে মনোযোগ দেওয়ার পাশাপাশি তারা যেন হচ্ছে যে কর্মসংস্থানের যেই চাহিদাগুলো আছে সেগুলোর জন্য মিটানোর ক্ষেত্রে তারা ভূমিকা রাখে। আর বাংলাদেশের একটা হচ্ছে মূল তালিকা শক্তি হচ্ছে রেমিটান্স। বিগত সরকার যতটুকু কাজ করেছে, আমি আশা করি আমাদের আসন্নবর্তী সরকার এর থেকে ভালো কাজ করবে।
চা পাওয়া যে আমাদের গ্রামে তো বুদ্ধিব কিশোরগঞ্জ গ্রাম, যে ওইদিকে অনেক রাস্তাঘাট ভাঙাচুরা আছে, আমাদের বাসার সামনে রাস্তা আছে ভাঙাচুরা, যদি ঠিকঠাক মতো করা হয় তাহলে আমাদের অনেক ভালো।
প্রার্থী দেখে ভোট দিব, কোনো আমরা মার্কা দেখে ভোট দিব না। আমার প্রার্থী আমাকে কি ফ্যাসিলিটিগুলো প্রোভাইড করবে, কি দিবে, যেমন আমার শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থা উন্নত করতে হবে। আমরা যুব সমাজ, আমরা নতুন উদ্যোক্তা, আমাদের নতুন কর্মসংস্থানের জন্য ভালো উদ্যোগ তারা নিতে হবে। দেশকে কিভাবে রিপ্রেজেন্ট করবে বহির্বিশ্বের সামনে, এগুলোর দিকগুলো বিবেচনা করতে হবে। আর হ্যাঁ, মাদক মুক্ত দেশ গড়ে তুলতে হবে আমাদের, যেহেতু আমাদের দেশে মাদক মুক্ত এটার প্রভাব অনেক বেশি।
We are now being joined by Ambassador Mahesh Shahdev, who's a former diplomat joining us from New Delhi. Thank you so much for joining us here today on NewsX World. What does the political engagement of first-time Gen Z voters in Bangladesh tell us about the changing priorities in the country's electorate?
Thank you for having me. It's a very important question and probably the biggest determinant of the election's outcome tomorrow. The Gen Z earned its political spurs by ousting Sheikh Hasina in August 2024.
Sorry, I think you may be on mute. In Bangladesh, jobs, better infrastructure and the greater political freedom sits high on the agenda for Bangladesh's Gen Z voters as the South Asian country heads into a national election called after a student-led uprising in 2024 toppled longtime Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Thursday's vote is considered as the Muslim majority nation's first competitive election since 2009. Although Hasina's Awami League party will not be on the ballot after the Election Commission suspended its registration. Government estimates from 2022 show that nearly 28% of Bangladesh's population are aged between 15 and 23. After playing a key role in Hasina's ouster, these youngsters are expected to come out in large numbers to vote, and their ballots could prove decisive in a tight race. We are now being joined again by Ambassador Mahesh Shahdev. Thank you so much for joining us back here. Again, what does this political engagement for first-time Gen Z voters in Bangladesh tell us about the changing priorities in the country's electorate?
Thank you for having me. The question you raise is probably the main determinant of tomorrow's election. As you mentioned, first-time voters are going to be probably the biggest single block in Bangladesh's elections. They, the Gen Z, as it is called, have spurred July 2024 revolution, as it is called, against long-time Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, and have subsequently been represented at the political hustings and decision makings through National Citizens Party, which has an alliance with Jamaat-e-Islami. So one would like to discuss whether the Gen Z voters would all plump for NCP, which is a coalition partner of Jamaatul Islami. But I believe that many of these Gen Z voters have subsequently developed second thoughts about a revolution and the way Bangladesh is headed. I think to them, unemployment is the main concern, as a recent opinion poll showed. They are also worried about law and order and the political drift that the country has had since. Economic growth prospects have dimmed since COVID, and Bangladeshi textile exports have gone down due to international economic situation, and with Mr. Trump's tariffs of 20% on Bangladeshi exports. Bangladesh used to count United States as the biggest market for its textiles, where many of the Gen Z, particularly female members, used to work for. So all that put together, I think Gen Z's direction would be overwhelmingly for National Citizens Party, but BNP has also tried to attract them through important slogans such as economic revival, anti-corruption, and more socialist drift. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't go too far, as we will be back with you very shortly. For some more breaking news now, Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk has announced that under current circumstances, Poland will not join the Board of Peace. Earlier, Poland's Foreign Minister Radosław Sikorski raised concerns over the initiative, questioning why Polish taxpayers should fund Gaza's reconstruction when Poland did not contribute to its destruction. He also expressed doubts over the board's legal framework and its future after US President Donald Trump leaves office. President of European Commission Ursula von der Leyen stated that the EU must tear down the economic barriers preventing it from becoming a true global giant. Ahead of leaders' talks on making the 27-nation bloc more competitive, von der Leyen emphasised the need for EU companies to secure capital urgently. She urged lawmakers to take decisive action, stating that it should be done within the year. Ursula also outlined key steps to close the gap with China and the United States, describing the current system as fragmentation on steroids. She stressed the importance of making progress to eliminate these barriers and boost the EU's global standing. Let's listen in.
And thank you for your support, because my plan A is to move by 27. But if this is not possible, the treaty allows for enhanced cooperation. And we have to make progress, one way or the other, to tear down the barriers that prevent us from being a true global giant.
We are now being joined by Ambassador Mahesh Sachdev joining us back here. Thank you so much for joining us back here. Can the EU realistically become a global giant, or are internal divisions holding it back?
I think both parts of your question are correct. EU has the potential, it has the GDP, it has population commensurate with that of the United States. In fact, it's 50% more populous than the United States, and has 27 countries straddling across much of Western and Central Europe. What is holding it back is part of partly the structural issues, partly the thematic issues. Structurally, European Commission is quite bureaucratic and has difficulty in assembling a consensus of 27 countries for major economic initiatives. Relevant also to note here that structurally Europe is not wholesome. Some in the north of the European continent are industrialized and post-industrialized countries such as Germany, Netherlands, Sweden, Finland, and so on. But some others, particularly towards the Mediterranean, Spain, Portugal, Central Europe, and Eastern Europe countries that have recently joined European Union are still in the second world situation with the reliance on brick and mortar economy and labor prone economy like textiles, leather, steel, and machine making, etc., etc. So putting all of them together in same direction is problematic. Thematically, also, common agricultural policy is ruinous for European Union. It, by some estimates, around 40% of European Commission's budget goes into subsidizing farmers, which is a huge drag on economy. Which requires renewal of infrastructure, better links, etc. Then again, movement of goods, services, and people within European Union is not seamless, and this can create its own problems. Thirdly, I think not enough is being done to spur the new economy and encourage innovative skills. Artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and so on are not the forte of European Union. Even electrical vehicles, it is second best to China. So all put together makes European Union a bit difficult and bulky ship to steer. Add to it self-inflicted wounds such as tax on carbon emissions, on steel, and so on. Hobbles European Union market for imported goods. If it has to import steel, and the steel, it becomes expensive because of carbon taxing. How is it going to manufacture goods from that steel? So it becomes non-competitive. And there are many such instances, labor standards and various taggings and so on, preferences for French and Italian wines and whatever. All these things.
Sorry to interrupt. Thank you, Ambassador Mashev. We're running out of time, but it's been a pleasure speaking to you. US Attorney General Pam Bondi will testify before the House Judiciary Committee on Wednesday, facing scrutiny over the Justice Department's handling of Jeffrey Epstein's files. Despite the release, critics claim the department went beyond legal redactions and withheld key material. Bondi's appearance comes amid growing frustration, including from some Republicans regarding the handling of these files. The Justice Department asserts that redactions were made to protect Epstein's victims, though some victim names have been made public. Bondi's testimony will also touch on her leadership of the DOJ, which has faced controversy over its independence and political alignment during Trump's tenure. She is expected to address ongoing investigations including those involving Trump's election claims and immigration issues. We are now being joined by Professor Georgie Talauria. Thank you so much for joining us here on NewsX World. Is the Justice Department genuinely protecting victims through redactions or overusing legal privilege to withhold information?
Well, the whole Epstein file affair is so far-reaching that these small nuances just at rivals, which when only if you see it from the broader perspective. The broader perspective is whether this whole investigation uncover the facts and uncover the tendencies which could undermine the whole of the global elite, not only in the United States but elsewhere around the world, and how it will affect the overall global population and its attitude towards its own rulers. The more we know, the more dangerous this knowledge becomes. So I really don't know what to say about the Justice Department, whether this current contradiction will lead to uncovering more facts or not. But as a whole, it's a fascinating show which we're all watching in real time. And it can lead to really catastrophic consequences for the whole world order.
Thank you so much for joining us here today on NewsX World. China's foreign ministry responded today to allegations of foreign interference after 2 Chinese nationals were charged in Australia. The 2 are accused of secretly gathering information about a Buddhist group, allegedly on behalf of a Chinese government security agency. Spokesperson Lin Jian reaffirmed China's non-interference policy, urging Australia to handle the case with care. Lin stressed that China firmly opposes foreign interference, regardless of the circumstances, that disrupts normal exchanges and cooperation. The 2 individuals are set to stand trial in Australia. However, Lin stated he was not aware of the specific details of the case. Furthermore, he emphasized the importance of safeguarding the legal rights of Chinese citizens.
我不掌握有关案件的具体情况。中国从不干涉别国的内政，同时坚决反对以外国干涉为借口干扰中国同有关国家正常的人员往来和交流合作。中方敦促澳方慎重、妥善处理有关案件，保障中国公民合法权益。
Tropical cyclone Ghazani has brought fierce winds and heavy rain, causing devastation in Madagascar. The powerful storm slammed into the eastern coastline, claiming the lives of at least 20 people in the city of Tomansina. Around 1,500 people were evacuated from the area, with 19 others reported injured. The winds reached speeds of up to 185 kilometers per hour, with gusts nearing 270 kilometers per hour. This is the second cyclone to strike Madagascar in just over a week. Cyclone Faitia had already claimed 14 lives and displaced over 31,000 people. As of now, authorities have rushed to open emergency shelters and shut down schools as the storm approached. By today morning, the cyclone reportedly weakened into a tropical storm and moved westward away from the coast. Some more breaking news for you. An Istanbul court has sentenced prominent TV talent manager Asay Briem to 12.5 years in prison for allegedly seeking to overthrow the government during the 2013 street protests. Prosecutors initially sought a life sentence for Briem, 55, accusing her of complicity in a plot to destabilise the government. Briem has denied these charges since her arrest in January 2025. The case has raised concerns over the Turkish government's handling of dissent. That's all we have time for this hour. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the
9 dead, 25 injured in Tumbler Ridge shootings. Suspect found dead from self-inflicted injury at Tumbler Ridge School. British Columbia Premier calls for support in Tumbler Ridge. Leaders worldwide express solidarity with Canada. Let's take a closer look at what happened.
Hello, I am Ellie Richardson and you are watching another episode of Explained with me. 9 people have tragically lost their lives and at least 25 others have been injured in shootings at Tumbler Ridge Secondary School and a nearby home in Canada's province of British Columbia. 6 victims were reportedly found dead inside the school, with a 7th dying on the way to the hospital. 2 additional victims were discovered at a nearby residence. The alleged suspect was found dead at the school from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Now, as we mentioned, that at least 25 others were injured, many of who are getting treated for non-life-threatening injuries, while 2 others have been airlifted with serious injuries. Both the secondary and elementary schools have been secured, though they will remain closed for the rest of the week. Authorities are still working to understand the full scope of the situation. While police believe there could be a link between the attacks at the school and the nearby residence, they have not confirmed this connection yet. The identities and ages of the victims have not been released. We are also waiting for updates on whether the number of victims could rise as authorities continue to search nearby residences. It is also unclear if that search has concluded. As for the suspect, police are still withholding details about their identity and their connection to the school. Authorities have so far confirmed they know who the suspect is, but no further information has been made public. In an earlier news conference, RCMP North District Commander Chief Superintendent Ken Floyd mentioned that the suspect described in an earlier alert as a female in a dress with brown hair is the same person who was found dead at the school. Let's now look at the statements from local and national leaders. Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney has expressed his devastation over the tragic events in Tumbler Ridge. He has extended his condolences to the families and friends affected by the horrific violence, sharing that his thoughts are with those whose lives have been irreversibly changed. Carney says that he has been in close contact with British Columbia Premier David Eby and other local officials to ensure the community receives the necessary support during this difficult time. Moreover, in a significant move, Carney has suspended his planned trip to Germany for the Munich Security Conference. The conference, which is set to host over 60 heads of state, was meant to cover topics like artificial intelligence, supply chains, and support for Ukraine and NATO. Let's now turn to what the local provincial officials have said. British Columbia Premier David Eby has described the tragedy as quote-unquote devastating and unimaginable, acknowledging that no one can truly understand what the Tumbler Ridge community is going through. While the RCMP has not yet released the identity of the suspect shooter yet, Eby has urged patience, emphasising that the focus must now be on supporting the victims' families and community in Tumbler Ridge. Let's listen in to some of the statements.
This is a devastating and unimaginable tragedy. We can't imagine what the community is going through, but I know it's causing us all to hug our kids a little bit tighter tonight. Here's the latest information that we have. I understand that there are 10 people in total who are dead, 2 different sites. 8 of the people who died as a result of the shootings were at the school, including an individual we understand is the suspected shooter, who is believed to have died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. There are about 25 people who have been triaged by health authorities with various physical injuries, some profoundly serious, and some more minor injuries. Right now, information is very limited as police do their work, and the RCMP has asked for patience as they work through methodically to ensure that they are supporting families and getting to the bottom of what happened today.
In a similar vein, British Columbia's Minister of Public Safety, Nina Krieger, has shared that the Education Minister has been in contact with the school district and that trauma-informed counsellors will be sent to the region to support the affected families. Let's listen in to her statements.
While the RCMP emergency alert has been lifted, the people of Tumbler Ridge remain in a state of crisis following one of the worst mass shootings in our province's and country's history. This is a devastating day for a close-knit community, and the loss being felt is profound. Education Ministry staff have been in continued contact with the school district today, and we are actively mobilizing trauma and crisis response supports. We are sending trauma-informed counselors to the region to support kids and their families during this time. The school district will be making supports available, and once we have locations for where these supports will be, the district will share that information on social media.
A local journalist in Tumbler Ridge, Trent Ernst, was on the ground as events unfolded. He has described seeing emergency service vehicles blocking roads around Tumbler Ridge Secondary School after the shooting. Ernst has also added that he received the active shooter alert on his phone, which has since been cancelled. He began live streaming the scene right the shooting happened. During that time, he heard reports of more areas in the downtown being shut down. Let's listen in to his comments from the live stream.
The roads are being blocked off. You can see district employees blocking off this road. And other than that, there's no information. I talked to a concerned parent who's here waiting. He got a call from his son who is sheltering in place in the gym, and he's just waiting to hear from his other kid and is quite rightly nervous. There is report of active shooter at the school, or again, I need to be sure that I phrase this properly. There's reports of people with a gun. I haven't heard any reports of gunshots, but all I've got really is the alert that went out just after I arrived on scene, which said that there's a suspected person with a gun, described as female, brown hair, and wearing a dress.
The tragedy in Tumbler Ridge has sparked an outpouring of support from world leaders. French President Emmanuel Macron expressed his solidarity with the Canadian people, stating that, quote, horror has struck a school in Tumbler Ridge, Canada. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has also shared his shock over the attack, sending sincere condolences to all Canadians affected by the horrific event. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz described himself as deeply shaken by the news, while Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky expressed his hope for a quick recovery for those injured in the attack. Now, if we turn to Canada's gun laws, it has some of the strictest gun laws in the world, with gun ownership regulated primarily by the national government. Under the Firearms Act, firearms must be kept locked and unloaded, and anyone looking to purchase a gun must undergo thorough background checks. Since 2022, Canada has had a national freeze on private ownership of all short-barreled firearms, a move that is aimed at further controlling access to more dangerous weapons. However, gun ownership is still prevalent, particularly in rural areas, where firearms are often used for hunting or personal protection. According to Canada's Department of Justice, British Columbia, the province where Tumbler Ridge is located, has the highest rate of handgun ownership in the country. That's all we have time for this episode of Explained. Stay tuned as we bring you more in-depth insights and stories that matter.
Hello and welcome to Deep Dive on NewsX World. I'm Asuma Kataukov. For the last year, global trade has felt less like a system of rules and more like a game of high-stakes poker. In the recently reconfigured Washington power corridors, the new mantra is simple: reciprocity. You want access to the American consumer, you better have a seat at the table ready for American goods. Nowhere is this shift more evident than in Bangladesh. Yesterday, February 9, 2026, Dhaka and Washington sealed a landmark trade pact that marks a historically new level in relations. It's a deal born out of months of grueling negotiations led by interim chief advisor Muhammad Yunus, and it could be the lifeline the country's vital garment industry desperately needs. Here are the concrete numbers first. The headline rate. The US has agreed to reduce Bangladesh's reciprocal tariff rate to 19%. That's a significant drop from the initial 37% proposed in early 2025 and slightly below the 20% interim rate set last August. But the real secret sauce of this deal isn't just the lower tariffs. It's the innovative preferential scheme. Under this new mechanism, Bangladesh will receive tariff-free access to the US market for textiles and apparel equivalent to its imports of US-produced cotton and man-made fibers. The calculation is rigorous. It's measured on a square meter basis. Effectively, if Dhaka buys American cotton, it gets to sell the finished shirt back to the US with zero additional duty. It's a classic fiber for fabric swap that turns a traditional trade deficit into a coordinated supply chain. Of course, reciprocity is a two-way street. In exchange for this access, Bangladesh is opening the floodgates. The Yunus administration has agreed to remove barriers to U.S. industrial and agricultural goods. We're talking about everything from chemicals and medical devices to U.S. beef, poultry, and dairy products. And it does not stop at food. Bangladesh has committed to purchasing 25 aircrafts from American giant Boeing, a deal valued at over $3 billion. Furthermore, Dhaka is signing on for $15 billion in U.S. energy products, including LNG, over the next 15 years. Washington isn't just asking for free trade, it is asking for guaranteed sales. But how does this stack up against the rest of the region? This is where the geopolitics gets spicy. In the race for the American closet, Bangladesh is now running a very tight heat with its neighbors. India recently secured an 18% rate, just 1 point lower than Bangladesh. But India's deal required cutting Russian oil imports and a staggering $500 billion purchase commitment. Vietnam, Bangladesh's biggest rival in apparel. Vietnam is currently sitting at a 20% reciprocal tariff. This new deal officially makes Bangladesh products more competitive than Vietnamese ones in the U.S. ports. Pakistan currently tied with Bangladesh at 19%. The strategic context here is clear. Under President Trump's Reciprocal Trade Act, the U.S. is systematically dismantling old preferential systems like GSP in favor of these bilateral quid pro quo pacts. By moving fast, the Yunus government has ensured that Bangladesh isn't left behind in the tariff bloodbath. However, the deal comes with strings attached. Bangladesh has committed to stricter enforcement of labor rights, a moratorium on WTO electronic transmission duties, and the adoption of U.S. vehicle safety standards. It is a full-scale realignment of Bangladesh's regulatory DNA towards Washington. Bottom line, the U.S.-Bangladesh trade deal is a pragmatic masterclass in survival. By tying its exports to the import of American raw materials, Bangladesh has created a win-win that insulates its garment sector from protectionist winds. The question is whether the domestic economy can absorb the influx of American agricultural and industrial competition. But in a world where tariffs are the new weaponry, Dhaka just secured a very sturdy shield. As Bangladesh heads towards general elections this week, this trade deal may well be the crowning economic achievement of the interim regime. Now for this, we welcome Ms. Mitali Nikore. She's an economist, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Ms. Nikore, for joining us. Good to see you. Now looking at Bangladesh and US, the deal allows zero tariff access for garments made with US cotton on a square meter basis. Does this reciprocal volume requirement risk turning Bangladesh into a captive market for US raw materials, potentially preventing manufacturers from sourcing cheaper or higher quality textiles from elsewhere?
So, what is the hardest part, I think, when it comes to manufacturing any commodity and particularly textiles is that, you need to have clarity on a production process, and that production process has to be uniform across your factory. So, say even if I'm an MSME, I can't have, one part of my factory which is manufacturing textile-based goods using US cotton, and then another part of my factory which is using cotton which is domestic, say produced within Bangladesh itself. and I cannot have another part which is producing, using cotton that's been imported from elsewhere for a different market. It's just not possible. That is not how any economy or any particular factory would achieve economies of scale. So I do feel that this particular measure and this particular, clause that Bangladesh has agreed to in its deal is quite problematic, and often and very honestly, it reminds me of the colonial times. It reminds me of a time when India was a much bigger country, and there was this traditional imposition by the British colonies on Bengal, the United Bengal at that time, to use English cotton. And that was how the deindustrialization of Bengal began. So, to be very honest, I find this particular clause to be extremely problematic, and I feel like by agreeing to it, Bangladesh has really tied itself into a few knots.
Thank you for highlighting that, Ms. Nikore. Now, staying on this, Bangladesh has agreed to also open its doors to US beef, poultry, and dairy. Given that these sectors are highly subsidized in the US, can Bangladesh's domestic farming sector survive this influx, or are we looking at permanent displacement of local producers?
So on that, I have a slightly different take. I think that for the way the Bangladesh economy is structured, I do think that the imports from the US will be priced very differently from the local food products, and it's not that a lot of cities in Bangladesh would be able to absorb, the imports from the US. It would mainly be concentrated in cities, particularly cities like Dhaka, Sylhet, some of the larger cities, possibly even in the Tamabil area. And it is even possible that there may be some premiumization that is associated with these imports. But the market will remain limited, and I do think that the local manufacturers will then be limited to, some of the smaller areas, the smaller cities, and rural areas. But I don't see the sector getting wiped out in any way. And also, Bangladesh does export quite a lot of its meat outside of Bangladesh as well, and I do think that will continue in its current form. So I do think it'll open the market for premium products.
Thank you for highlighting that, Ms. Nikore. And now, by adopting US FDA certifications and vehicle safety standards, Bangladesh is effectively aligning its regulatory DNA with Washington. Does this streamline trade at the cost of making significantly harder for Bangladesh to trade with other major partners like the EU or China, which has different standards?
So I think, again, it's a bit different for EU and a bit different for China. I think the US FDA standards harmonize well with the EU standards. The EU standards are actually even tougher than the US FDA standards, particularly when it comes to green manufacturing requirements and environmental regulations. So the EU standards, in any case, were something that were not really being met even before. From Bangladesh. I think the biggest problem is going to be alignment with Chinese standards, because China's standards are very different from US FDA. They allow for a lot more materials in manufacturing. They allow for also for the electric vehicles, they allow for very different levels of procurement processes, manufacturing processes, and they don't have a lot of very stringent ESG regulations. They don't have a very stringent manufacturing process regulation. So if Bangladesh sets its automotive standards to meet US FDA requirements, it essentially creates a scenario where a lot of Chinese vehicles may not, and Chinese companies may not actually qualify under the US FDA standards. and then Bangladesh as a market closes for them. On the other hand, US manufactured cars and vehicles can easily come in. And of course, this is not only about passenger cars, but about, logistics vehicles and two-wheelers, which are, being imported in large numbers in Bangladesh.
And with Bangladesh now at a 19% rate plus the unique fiber for fabric incentive, how does this disrupt the competitive balance against India at 18%, Pakistan at 19%, and Vietnam at 20%? And is Washington effectively using these tiered tariff rates to force a loyalty race among South and Southeast Asian nations to see who can offer the best purchase commitments for American goods?
There is no doubt that Washington is forcing the countries in South and Southeast Asia, all of which are known for textile manufacturing, all of which are known for engineering goods, machinery goods manufacturing. See, I would say that amongst all these countries, very honestly, India seems to have secured the best deal because India has also offered purchase commitments, and none of these other countries have been able to offer purchase commitments because of the fact that their economies are not as large as the Indian economy, and their per capita incomes are much lower than the Indian per capita income, and also India's growth and purchasing power is far ahead. So it's very difficult to compare, and also quite unfair to compare India with Bangladesh and with Vietnam. I mean, Vietnam still we can have a comparison, but with Bangladesh, it's absolutely impossible to compare India. And it's quite surprising that a country like Bangladesh should go ahead and trade away so much of its autonomy when it comes to the auto sector or the textile sector just to secure a 1 or 2% reduction in the tariffs, because it's still a tariff that's 1% higher than India. And overall, we've seen a lot of textile factories in Bangladesh shut down over the last year simply because of law and order issues as well. So it's not only about, just competitiveness on the cost, but also on the working conditions and the operating conditions for a number of global textile units, which have actually moved operations to South India and West India. So, very honestly, definitely these moves by Washington are not in line with the rules-based trading order. Definitely, these moves by Washington are meant to arm twist developing countries and the global South, and that is, leading us into a very dangerous era of globalization. But at the same time, the deal that Bangladesh has secured seems to have a number of, words of caution for the country's economic future.
With that, I'd like to thank Ms. Nikore for sharing that deep insight with us on NewsX World.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that's a wrap on this edition of Deep Dive. Stay tuned to NewsX World for more news and updates.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
Hello and welcome. I'm Ellie Richardson and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some breaking news of this hour. The Justice Department has unredacted names like billionaire Les Wexner, assistant Leslie Groff and modelling agent Jean-Luc Brunel as Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators in 2019 FBI agreements. President Trump has vowed to halt the opening of the Geordie Howe International Bridge connecting Detroit and Windsor unless Canada shares ownership and compensates the US for perceived trade imbalances. The White House has updated its fact sheet on the historic US-India trade deal, removing mentions of tariff reductions on certain pulses and softening language on India's purchase commitments. The Chinese yuan has surged to its strongest level against the US dollar since May 2023, trading around 6.91 offshore, driven by a firm central bank fixing and reports of Beijing urging banks to curb US Treasury holdings. A mass shooting in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia, leaves 10 people dead, including the suspect, with over 25 injured in attacks at a high school and a nearby home. Police found 6 victims inside Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. President Donald Trump escalates tensions with Iran, threatening aggressive actions if Tehran doesn't meet US demands on nuclear and missile issues. In a recent interview, Trump stated that without a deal, the US would have to do something very tough amid ongoing talks mediated by Oman. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky intends to reveal plans for presidential elections and a peace deal referendum on February the 24th, marking the 4th anniversary of Russia's invasion. Indonesia readies up to 8,000 troops for Board of Peace efforts in Gaza. The troops will form part of the International List Stabilization Force under US President Donald Trump's Board of Peace. We start with some breaking news for this hour. NATO has launched Arctic Sentry, a multi-domain activity designed to bolster the alliance's presence and defence posture in the Arctic and high north. This strategic move follows growing concerns over Russia's military activities and China's increasing interest in the region. NATO has emphasised that the initiative will ensure the Arctic remains secure. The initiative is expected to guide and support allied nations' operations, including Denmark's Arctic endurance exercise in Greenland. The collaboration was discussed and agreed upon by US President Donald Trump and Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte during the recent Davos meeting. We are now being joined by Alison Mutler, who's a former AP Bureau Chief, who's joining us from Bucharest. Thank you so much for joining us here today on NewsX World. Why has NATO launched the Arctic Sentry mission now? And what strategic threats in the Arctic is the alliance responding to what's happening right now?
Well, I think we know at the beginning of the year, Donald Trump, the American president, said that the US simply had to acquire Greenland, and that set off all kinds of signals and tensions with Europe, because Greenland is basically part of Denmark. It has some autonomy, but it's basically part of Denmark. So, you know, that would have been one NATO ally attacking another if he were simply to acquire it. At one point, there was even talk of military force. So there have been a flurry of diplomatic discussions. Europe has made its position clear that this is part of Danish territory, and the US simply can't just have it. But as you said, at Davos, Donald Trump talked to NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, and they're known to have a good relationship. And they obviously worked out some compromise deal in the sense that Donald Trump would no longer simply acquire Greenland, but that NATO would prioritize security in the not just Greenland, but also what they call the High North, meaning Iceland and Norway, basically areas within the Arctic. And the reason for this is because Russia is showing interest. As you said just earlier, China is showing interest. And the world is changing. There is climate change, there are precious resources in Greenland particularly, and new maritime routes. And so NATO needs, or it feels it needs to act swiftly and decisively so that other, hostile powers or rivals, big powers such as China and Russia, do not get there first and do not create problems. They want to secure their own position. They want to secure it because it's no longer a region of peripheral interest. It is, or peripheral security. It is considered key security in today's world.
And what does Arctic Sentry mean for NATO's relationship with Russia? And could this further escalate tensions in the region?
it will mean a new front for Russia. I think I would imagine that Russia would like to act rather covertly and gain influence there without NATO noticing, and that's not going to happen now. So will it escalate tensions? Well, tensions are already there between Russia and Europe and Russia and NATO, not specifically America. But Donald Trump has called Russia a rival with regards to Greenland. So it will, I suppose it will consolidate the fact that there are tensions and the world is becoming multipolar, and you have Russia on one side, China on the other side, or perhaps together, and then you have the West, basically NATO, the European Union, and America. But America has its own interest. It wants to, it is in favor also of sort of collateral action. But so will it escalate tensions? I think it will confirm the tensions that already exist, and it's also a message to Russia: this is our region of influence, this is our area. We will access the resources there. We will control this part of the globe, which, as I said, is no longer of peripheral security. It is actually key in today's global security climate.
Thank you, Alison. Don't go too far, as we will be back with you very shortly. The European Union Parliament has approved a €90 billion loan to Ukraine. This financial aid helps to cover 2/3 of Ukraine's financial needs for 2026 and 2027. The loan was approved with 458 votes in favour and 140 against. The decision follows the failure of plans to use frozen Russian central bank assets for the funding. The loan is backed by the EU's common budget and it provides much needed support to Ukraine 4 years into its ongoing conflict with Russia. We are now being joined again by Alison Mutler. Thank you so much for joining us back here on NewsX World. How important is this $90 billion euro loan for Ukraine's survival and stability right now?
Well, it's a lifeline. It's vital. We're talking about a huge sum of money, 90 billion, of which 60 billion is for military, and the other 30 billion is for the rest of the budget. So it's a massive amount of money. It's a loan. We don't know the terms of repayment, but the fact that Europe has has provided this credit shows it has confidence and it wants Ukraine to be a partner. But it's not just about Ukraine; it's about European security. And we know that the Russian invasion shows no sign of abating. There've been increased attacks over this winter. Russia has shown no sign that it wants a settlement there at this moment. So this is a sign from Europe to Ukraine that we believe in you, we trust in you, and we want you to be able to defend your borders, to have your own security, which is also Europe's security. So it's a strong message as well as a massive amount of money.
And what does this decision say about the European Union's long-term commitment to Ukraine?
Precisely that. It shows there is long-term agreement. Next week, it will be 4 years since Russia walked into Ukraine, invaded Ukraine. We have still, despite all kinds of promises from Trump, and Russia's saying that Ukraine is to blame. There's no peace settlement. There is no peace settlement. There is no peace agreement. There is no end to hostilities. So this shows that 4 years into it, Europe is not getting tired. Europe is not getting bored. Europe is extending a lifeline. It's survival for Ukraine. I mean, 60 billion will buy a lot of military hardware. I know there are some terms attached to the loan that Ukraine is expected to buy its military equipment mainly from EU countries. But it is a sign that Ukraine's security is also Europe's security. And as the war shows no sign of ending at this moment, Europe is saying to Ukraine, we are standing with you.
Thank you, Alison. Don't go too far, as we will be back with you again soon. The EU is stepping up its efforts to tackle the growing drone threat across Europe. Following a series of mysterious drone sightings that disrupted airports, military bases and nuclear sites, EU officials are pushing for tighter drone registrations. They also aim to create a no-fly zones and enhanced detection system to improve security. They aim to track drones more effectively, even smaller ones, and map sensitive locations to prevent flyovers. The EU also plans to develop counter-drone technology, including AI-driven monitoring. While no concrete investment figures have been provided, officials believe these measures will help authorities quickly identify and respond to potential threats. Let's listen in.
Now we will provide clear EU-level guidance specifically on countering drone threats, and we must put them to use in all member states. And the time, I think, is right to discuss the use of also geofencing technologies, enforcing clear no-fly zones in sensitive locations.
We are now being joined again by Alison Mutler. Thank you for joining us back here. Why is the EU proposing tighter drone registrations and new no-fly zones now? What recent incidents have showed gaps in current safety measures?
I think what has emerged in this whole Russian invasion of Ukraine and in this war is that this war has been fought with drones, and that is something novel, that's something new. And not only that, Russia is using these drones to violate NATO territory, and they're doing it as a way of testing whether NATO will respond, testing whether NATO and European allies have a way of responding, and whether they are in solidarity with one another. So it's been exposed, these attacks over, or these violations over previous months, which is not one or two. I mean, it's like Russia is testing Europe. And Europe has, at the beginning, they were scrambling jets. Now, that's a very inefficient way of dealing with the drone. So it's very clear that Europe has to develop technology that can counter these zones, that can neutralize them. So they're doing that. They're scrambling to do that because it's clear that these drone violations were not accidental, and they were not just a test last year. They are continuing. And, obviously drones can be sent to sensitive military sites, sensitive other sites. That will be very bad for Europe. So Europe needs to defend itself from these drones because it's a very cheap way of Russia kind of attacking European allies of the EU and NATO countries without actually, boots on the ground. It's much cheaper, it's much easier, and Russia can always deny it. It wasn't one of our drones. So it's a very insidious new form of warfare. And I think the EU, I mean, there's all kinds of plans, but behind the scenes, that they must, they'll be worried about developing a new system or systems that can actually counter these new threats. Which, as I said, a year or so ago, we weren't talking about drones like this. And now they're a central point of Russian hostilities in Ukraine, but also in the European Union and the NATO alliance.
Thank you so much, Alison, for joining us here today on NewsX World. It's a pleasure to speak to you. Some breaking news now. A Dutch court has ordered an investigation into allegations of mismanagement at Nexperia, the chip maker controlled by Chinese parent company WingTech. The court also upheld an October decision to suspend Zhang Zhujiang, the former CEO of Nexperia and founder of WingTech, citing the need for stability within the company. This ruling follows a prolonged legal dispute that has seen control of Nexperia handed to its European management team. The investigation will look into claims made by senior European executives regarding mismanagement at the firm. Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian has said today that Tehran is ready for nuclear verification, insisting Iran is not seeking nuclear weapons. Speaking at a rally marking the 47th anniversary of the Islamic Revolution, Pezeshkian reiterated Iran's stance, stating, "We have stated this repeatedly and we are ready for any verification." He has also criticised the United States and Europe for creating a high wall of mistrust preventing successful nuclear talks. Furthermore, Pezeshkian emphasised that Iran will not bow to excessive Western demands, but is committed to promoting regional peace. Meanwhile, the country is still dealing with internal unrest following widespread protests over economic hardship. Let's listen in to what the Iranian president had to say.
ما نمیخوایم دعوا کنیم. ما از روز اول اومدیم، ما قصد دعوا کردیم. ما میخوایم تو این دنیا با صلح و امنیت زندگی کنیم. اما قرار نیست با ذلت زندگی کنیم. قرار نیست اونا هر چی دلشون خواست تحمیل بکنند و ما نوکری اونا رو بکنیم. همان گونه که شما میتوانید، مردم ایران ما میتوانند و ما میتوانیم کشوری درست کنیم آباد و سربلند و با قدرت بریم جلو.
We are now being joined by Mohammed Osman, who's a Middle East expert, joining us from Cairo. Thank you so much for joining us here today on NewsX World. What does Iran's declaration that it's ready for any verification of its nuclear program signal about Tehran's diplomatic strategy, and how might different international actors interpret this claim?
Thank you for having me, Ellie. Always a pleasure to be with you on NewsX World. It seems that Iran, through President Pezeshkian's speech today, is attempting to signal to the United States that it is ready for an actual fair and just deal over its nuclear program, that it is ready to present certain concessions in this regard, meaning that they wanted to ensure the United States and the international community that they have no intentions, once again, of developing nuclear weapons or weaponizing their nuclear program, and that they are willing to provide concessions or offer concessions. However, these concessions have to be logical and not excessive. And of course, Pezeshkian says this on the while his regime basically, or the regime he symbolizes one way or the other, celebrates the 47th anniversary of the revolution that brought it to power. And of course, it comes at a time where actually for the first time, the legitimacy of this regime is being seriously challenged by the latest wave of demonstrations, and of course on account of the acute economic crisis that the country is suffering from, and also the increasingly external pressure that it is being subjected to by the United States very belligerent stance with regards to Iran's nuclear program, missile program, and its relation with its proxies. So the Iranians are sending basically, and through Pezeshkian, one of the leading figures of the moderate faction in Iran, who prefer a deal and a diplomatic solution for the nuclear issue with the United States. He is signaling that they are ready for a diplomatic solution, and that they are trying to be flexible, and that the United States in turn has to be more flexible. However, of course, this does not reflect a universal will inside Iran. There are certain elements inside Iran, especially elements close to the supreme leader and within the Iranian Revolutionary Guard and the so-called conservative or fundamentalist camp, who would rather enter into a confrontation with the United States and Israel and incur the damages, thinking that the regime can survive this by rallying the people around the flag. This would be for them better than brokering a nuclear deal that will basically make them forfeit what they consider one of the flagship national projects of the country that gives them strategic options. So it's far from being simple, Ellie, and I think that the days ahead will be full of surprises potentially.
And given long-standing concerns over Iran's nuclear capabilities, how credible is Tehran's insistence that it is not seeking nuclear weapons? And what role should independent inspectors like the IAEA play in verifying that?
Of course, by virtue of international law, any country that has a nuclear facility and is a member of the NPT and is a member of the International Atomic Energy Agency has to subject its nuclear facilities and establishments to international scrutiny. This is part of the law. However, Iran, of course, since the war with the latest war with Israel, the 12-day war, has had a confidence crisis with the IAEA. They do believe that the IAEA colluded in paving the way for the Israeli aggression against Iran. This is something that they actually believe. And even though Egypt played a very pivotal role in brokering an agreement, the Cairo agreement a few months ago, between the IAEA and Iran in order to resume cooperation and inspections. However, when the European Union, the E3 countries, especially Britain, the United Kingdom, France, and Germany, reactivated the snapback mechanism and international sanctions were automatically reinstated on Iran, this basically sabotaged the Cairo agreement, and the cooperation between the IAEA and Iran has been largely limited, which leaves the nuclear program beyond any serious oversight, which basically opens the door for speculation. I do not believe that Iran wishes to possess a nuclear weapon at this point, because if they do develop a nuclear weapon, they know that this will mean that they will become another North Korea, perpetual isolation with all the dangers this entails, especially that they do not enjoy the same very special and deep relationship that North Korea, for example, enjoys with patrons such as China and to a lesser extent Russia. The alliance and the relationship between Iran and Russia and China, its dynamics is very different from that of North Korea at the end of the day. And North Korea, of course, is far from a model to aspire to. The Iranians do not really want to develop a nuclear warhead at this point, but they do want to retain the capability to develop one in case they have to at some point. And they do possess most of those capabilities. And this is what is causing all the anxiety with the United States and Israel. And unfortunately, so far, we do not see any indicators that a workable agreement is on the table between the United States and Iran. And Netanyahu's visit to the United States will definitely serve to complicate matters even further, making the option of war even more plausible than before, Ellie.
Thank you. Don't go too far, Mohammed, as we will be back with you very shortly. An Istanbul court has sentenced prominent TV talent manager Aysi Barim to 12.5 years in prison for allegedly seeking to overthrow the government during the 2013 street protests. Prosecutors initially sought a life sentence for Barim, 55, accusing her of complicity in a plot to destabilize the government. Barim has denied these charges since her arrest in January 2025. The case has raised concerns over the Turkish government's handling of dissent. We are being joined back again by Mohammed Osman. Thank you so much for joining us back here.
Thank you.
What does the prison sentence of a high-profile figure in Turkey's entertainment industry reveal about the Turkish government and judiciary's approach to dissent and political protests?
I think for the past decade or decade plus, about 10 to 13 years, Turkey has been witnessing what political scientists and human rights experts as well would call democratic backsliding, unfortunately. We are seeing an erosion of democratic institutions in Turkey. We are seeing Turkey and the authorities in Turkey departing from the principles of constitutional rule and observing and upholding human rights and universal freedoms in exchange for a new sort of hybrid form of governance that is growing increasingly authoritarian. We have seen how President Erdogan and his administration has been dealing with opposition as of late. We have seen prominent opposition figures being persecuted on account of their political views and on account of their opposition to the government, including senior members of the People's Republican Party, the CHP, the main opposition party of the country, and a party that is basically the party of the founding father of the Republic of Turkey, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk. So we are seeing, unfortunately, these trends of autocratic behavior on behalf of the Turkish administration that is very concerning to many. However, it seems as well at the same time, even though this is the case, the government of Turkey and President Erdogan is very popular within certain circles in Turkey. His administration has delivered on many fronts. Of course, a huge part of society, especially the liberal intellectual class of societies, they are very skeptical about his Islamic tendencies, the Islamist roots of his party, his position on Turkish laicism or secularism and the separation of church and state, basically. And of course, there are valid concerns with regards to his administration's dealing with the files of human rights and basic freedoms. However, at the same time, I do not think that Turkey is unstable, even though there is an economic crisis. Turkey is a regional power. It enjoys a balanced and strong relationship with NATO, which she is. It is a part of a very good relationship with the Trump administration, a balanced relationship with Vladimir Putin and Russia, and very good relations now with its Middle Eastern neighbors, with Egypt, with Saudi Arabia, with Syria, of course, which now is becoming basically a client state of Turkey.